Oh, good morning, good morning. I have the feeling I'm roboting because, like, eek. Oh, hopefully I got rid of that echo. Morning, Tony. Thanks for the order. Does it sound any better? I mean, I don't want to think that I have to start this system all over again. No, not yet. Rocket Couch, awesome. Thanks. Good morning. Let me get you some coffee in the chat for the early people. Today is Sarah Boone Day, which she just doesn't know yet. Huh? Well, she must know. She's testifying. But yeah, rumor has it today is the day Sarah Boone takes the stand. Yep. We're supposed to have cross first thing in the morning with Mr. Henderson or someone. Good morning, Charlotte. Oh, thank you. That is very sweet of you. You didn't have to do that, but we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll put that in the Bear Needs a Lot of Coffee fund. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Couch, I kind of agree. Today is going to be wild, but yesterday was pretty crazy, right? I mean, I'm looking back and we've had only 14 witnesses, and the state has actually laid out all of the most damaging pieces of information against Sarah Boone in like 2 days straight through. We've got Detective Koepsell still on the stand. We have to do the cross. Thank you. No, I really appreciate you doing that. You know what I'm going to do when Sarah Boone takes the stand? I'm going to note the timestamp in the chat, and I'll also like just keep a record of it, like so anybody that wants to come back later and hit it. And just for the record, I do timestamp everything. Like if you want to go back yesterday and check out any of the evidence or a witness, everything gets timestamped on the videos at the end. But today's going to be a big day. Everybody's going to be looking for that testimony. I would imagine she takes the stand all day. What do you think, Rocket? Like she's going to testify in a narrative form. In other words, her attorney's not going to be there leading her with questions back and forth. And it's going to be narrative form. And it's Sarah Boone. And Sarah loves to talk. Boy, does Sarah love to talk. And can you imagine? Like, we could be there for days. Like, I already put out a message to everyone if they don't hear from me by Friday to come looking because I'm going to be here stuck with Sarah Boone. Oh, it's not really a ton. I mark them as I go. Oh, Mouse. It's not too much work, but I do admit, like, if you mess up one, then you have to go back, like, and when you put them in, I just double check them a little bit as I go. I'm kind of used to it because, I timestamp when I do multiples too, in case people want to just see one part of a thing. Yeah, send help. Yeah, come find me because I'm stuck in Sarah Booneville. I think she might be up here for a couple of days. I just, I was thinking about it actually when I got up. I was like, get coffee ready, stuff like that. And I'm like, which face of Sarah Boone are we going to see? Because it's going to have to be Little Miss Innocent today, right? And well, yesterday it was like Little Miss Defeated a bit. She was not looking too happy. She looked blotchy. She looked a little sullen. The judge told her, "Hey, stop having such a good time. Don't be turning around, talking to people." No, he didn't say it like that, but Sarah, she hates to be corrected. Yeah, yeah. You could get lost in all her letters, couldn't you? I was just remarking yesterday about, she greeted Judge Kraynick with that last one, that 58 pager. That yeah, that still was one of my favorite shorts. That I did. It's that was a lot of fun, and I'm in a good mood, as you can tell. I've got hot coffee, and I've got a bowl of blueberries and raspberries. Always a good way to start the morning. You know. If the defense is letting her give a statement in narrative form, the prosecution will let her take herself into prison. Exactly. I can't wait to hear what the prosecution asks her. I mean, does anybody know if they take narrative form testimony? Do they still get do they still get cross, like traditional cross from the prosecution? I believe they do. Like, I should Google. Look at me. Like, I'm not even done my first cup of coffee and I'm getting ready to Google. I am like the biggest geek. I'm just a nerd. Just a nerd. Her testifying is going to be so good, so bad. Oh, for her case. Well, it's actually the only thing she can do to bring in the kind of defense that she wants. I mean, she has to. She has to actually determine it for the defense. The whole thing linchpins on her. You know, it's going to be something. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something. All right. We've got them up. Hold on. I'm going to have to come over here like this. Look, there's movement. We have life in the courtroom. Let's check out my... It's not bad. We'll do like that. Okay. But for now, we'll do like that until they get ready. Oh, you know what? I don't have the banner up. Of course, she chose the defense where she has to do all the... Of course, and it's all on her. It's all on her today. Let me put my trial banner up. There we go. Nice and blue. Yep, definitely going to be all on her. Oh. Let me see, once everything goes smooth, gets running smoother. Boop. It was fun yesterday having someone up for the whole lunch, but it was so exhausting because none of us took a break. It was great. Some of you hung out all day with me. I am so grateful. It was so nice to have people to talk to in the chat, and just to experience that whole thing with everyone. The videos again, and the interrogation, investigative interview, or whatever you want to call it at the end. I just can't even imagine what the jury felt like when they went home. Besides completely exhausted and tired. So tired, right? Look, I was thinking about your couch. You probably got a lot of emails, paying for all that scotch for everybody. Can you imagine if you paid for scotch for the whole jury? Like, that'd be a pretty penny. I'm sure they went home and put their feet up and just whatever. I was too exhausted actually. I time stamped the video. I set up for today, and then I just completely just chilled out for a while. And I don't even recall falling asleep. Like 1 minute I was thinking about something, the next minute it was hours and hours later I woke up. But I actually did get some sleep, which was good. I had to try to force myself to go to actually not do anything. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to delay it. I really wanted to get a few hours because I didn't the day before too much. And you don't need anybody up here all punchy and crazy, you know? Oh yes, and congratulations, Charlotte. The kids got the new house, you know. It's awesome you'll be helping them with that today. It's okay. Like, don't worry about that stuff. Like, really seriously. You hang around here long enough, you're always going to hear me say in real life first. Like, you don't have to chat, you don't have to do anything. For me, I tell my mods, I tell everybody in real life first. Like, YouTube, this is a hobby, you know. We should all be just, relax. It shouldn't be a chore, shouldn't be like anything. It should be a feel good thing. And it is for me. See, George Kraynick has his student. He's got only the one today. Yesterday afternoon, I noticed there was only one. I think he started with two in the morning, but then it went. And also yesterday, we had a really tough time like getting the jury seated. There was a delay. And we got Will J there, Mr. Owens. We got Mr. Dave Cacciatore over there, the DA. We got Tony Henderson. They were taking depositions last night, still last minute of another witness. I don't know if it's an expert witness or just someone. Um, but the last thing that they did before we shut down for the day was Owens petition to have the witness that they were deposing last night for both the state and the defense wanted to testify by Zoom. And the state said, nope, if she's able to come in for deposition, she's able to come in for the hearing, for the trial. And the judge had to remind Mr. Owens that, well, if it has to be all the parties agree, or he's not even allowed to approve the Zoom. And that's, of course, extraordinary circumstance, like when we had the pandemic, something like that. And that wasn't even like up to the judge anymore. Like it was a judicial decision by the head judge, for everybody through the whole system. I don't blame those students for opting out today. Yeah, can you imagine getting a crash course in Sarah Boone in your judicial studies? I actually think it's a good idea because, if we could have more Judge Kraynicks out there able to deal with difficult clients like this and keep everything running on schedule, knowing the law the way that he does, pushing them to do better. Morning, Michelle. Mm. Yeah, it was definitely interesting. We got the paralegals buzzing about. Lots of papers on the defense desk today. They're trying to get ready. It's going to be their show for a while. But you know when it's really going to light up, people? When the rebuttal starts from the state. Because then, well, it's like they're going to be untied. The blinders are off. The muzzle is off, so to speak. They get to go in on Sarah's bad behavior. You see, they couldn't bring all of that up. They couldn't bring her violent past up, her relationship with George up until she does. But once that door opens, I think they get to re speak to Brian Boone about his marriage in his personal relations with Sarah Boone. What is this mouse? Let's see. I don't think Sarah knows what a reasonable request is or the position she's. Yes, exactly. I think she's getting a clue about it. Oh, she said, oh, very somber for the jury today. We have the dark suit again and the dark shirt. Hmm. I don't know if that was a wise choice. I mean, I wouldn't have went with the hot pink, but I definitely would have went with something that made her look a little more, I don't know, not like a funeral. But then again, maybe it's appropriate. Ooh, that was bad. I gotta behave. Yep, no smiles. It's all business today. But this is her show. She'll be smiling with the attorney. Watch, because she loves talking, you know, being in the control of the show there. She will, when she's dealing with her two attorneys, she will definitely have a big grin on her face. This is what she's been, gearing for all this time. Good morning, Jen. Everybody get a good groping. Let's get that blood circulation going. We'll welcome Jen properly around here. It's good to see you, Jen. I hope you're having a good morning. It's early for you. What is it, 6 o'clock? I hope your coffee's hot and strong. I know. Everybody needs a good grope here and there, Mouse. Hope you got some good rest last night. Mouse, I didn't even look yet because I just woke up. Did you stream this morning too? Yesterday's was really pretty, by the way. The tank looks so fantastic. Yeah, behave only if I have to. It's true. It's a lot of work, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I did get a lot of comments last night. I have not checked the DMs yet this morning. So anybody, if you're over there on Twitter or in my Discord DMs, like sorry, not sorry. Like it's early and I did not get lost in the DMs first thing. I made some hot coffee. I got some berries. I took that last 30 minutes of sleep. Got my quick shower. The coffee is exceptionally good this morning. I don't know if it's because the day was so long yesterday, but the coffee is really sweet this morning. Oh, I got the time right. Oh, so you get up around 5, You're an early riser like Boo. He used to wake up at 4 a.m. for work and doesn't get out of that schedule yet. Like feels like if he gets up at 6, he feels like it's too late. I don't know. Well, today here in Jersey, the sun is up. Oh no, your algae? Oh, geez, again. Okay. I did stream. My algae is becoming a problem, so I have to go get a clearer and get the tank cleaned up. Yup. Yes. And remember, that's all about making sure, like, for the nutrients too, like the live plants, like maybe there's too many nutrients there. You need nine plants to eat it all up, so the algae cannot grow. That's the only thing I know about fish keeping. More plants. And you know where I get that from, Fishy? That like, okay, I'm gonna call you Fishy instead of Mousy. Sorry. Good morning, Mousy. Hey, Kelly. Kelly, I don't have. Let me bring Twitter back up. Oh, here they are. Oh, they are ready already. Kelly, I didn't know if you wanted a link or not, but if you do, let me know. I'm pulling Twitter up now. Just send me a message. I'll drop it for you. Oh, I'm going to have to go to the big feed now. Here we go.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black blazer and a dark blue blouse. She is in custody, however, not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir. 3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
Okay. The 3 discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th or October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete. It was about 3 of the 5 incidents. I do agree with 2 of the redactions, and we're getting those taken care of. But obviously, just like connecting to the court screen, it takes time, and I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it. The 3rd incident, I think we're still not on the same page as to what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning. I have not heard anything yet from the defense team about the 4th and 5th incident. I was told that Attorney Beck was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it. Second discovery issue is Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health records.
10/18, October 18th. That would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, which is pages 26 and 48 out of the 111. I would just appreciate if I could get a copy of the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced to the court so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding the victims' hospital records, and that there was some sort of discussion we had that they were to narrow it down. And I have not been given any narrowed down version of that so that we can confirm we're on the same page or use the court's time if there's a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Responses to the first discovery issue regarding body-worn camera and 911 calls is to the, my understanding, 5 prior incidents. Defense.
Judge, I can speak to 3 of them. There were 3 of them that I reviewed, and I believe I reviewed them on Sunday. I had made the decision for what I thought needed to be redacted. I think the first 2, if I remember correctly, I said that was fine. We didn't even have any redactions to it. I think it's 1 that I said redactions to, and I think the state agrees with that. The specific one that I didn't quite know, and I think that has to do with a body cam where it comes to, and I believe it's Mr. Torres' mother. I can't quite be for sure, but she's been asking questions and all, and I think it's about, if I can recall correctly, about Mr. Torres' whereabouts at that time. I didn't know the relevance of that at that time, but that was the only part of that to let the state know. I just don't really know the relevance. It could come in at a different point and become relevant. But as to the other 2, I think we were on page with. I had been out to the jail that day. It was late. Then I asked Mr. Beck to do the other 2 redactions, but I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him about that since. So that's where we are there.
So is the 3rd incident that the state has identified for which there's seemingly no responses to redaction, is that the body-worn camera purportedly between law enforcement and Mr. Torres' mother?
That's what I believe it to be.
Mr. J?
We're just
Bless you.
We're just not on the same page. On that third incident, which I believe was June 15th of 2019, the state only indicated to them that we were intending to introduce one video file. It is not of the victim's mother. It is of them at Sarah Boone's house. And the objection to the files that they were objecting to, which we don't seek to introduce, just said ID, and I don't know that as a legally recognized objection. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We understand which file the state wants to use regarding that third incident, because he's describing files the state does not intend to use. The first couple of incidents, we agreed. There's a 911 call that seemingly cuts off into an OPD call at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. We're cutting that to the end. The second one, Ms. Boone at like 3 minutes and 43 seconds indicates that she had been arrested prior. So we cut that out at there. We're going to cut that out at there. That cat's out of the bag. So what we're looking for now is just making sure we're all on the same page about the third incident. I sent screenshots. There's a tool called Snipping Tool in Windows. I literally create a rectangle around the files that I'm intending to use, their file size, and the folder that includes the OCSO agency case number incident, so we could be as crystal clear as possible. And I'm still getting objections about things we don't want to introduce on that incident, and I've gotten no response with the fourth and fifth incidents.
All right, addressing the third incident is the specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident, seemingly the body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has no intention of utilizing.
Yes, sir. And just it's a lot, so if I could have one more to isolate which incident it is. That's not the one. My understanding is the state is talking about the third incident. That would be June 18th.
Here's the problem. I sent these pictures over with the OCSO case number, and then I get a response based on incident dates. So we have to kind of cross-reference. So just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that at 3:51, well, I had to find it, 3:51, it turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates that 940 to 943, there's a redact request with paren previous arrest. The state agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 943, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572. And in that particular case, what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce 2 911 calls and 1 video file labeled axon_2_video_2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes 7 seconds to 2 minutes 18 seconds paren ID, and then video 4 in file, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds paren ID. So my confusion lies in I did not indicate 3 or 4 files, it was just one file. And then again, with the other two.
I don't want to address 4 and 5 yet.
Okay.
It's my understanding there's no response. We'll address that momentarily. Responses to the clarification as to what it is the state seeks for incident 3.
No redaction.
Okay, all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to introduce?
Yes, sir. So what we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019.
Oh, that one, Sarah, doesn't look very good in.
We indicated the desire to use axon _flex _2 _video _2019-08-28 _2024. And then at their request, they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file, which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr. Torres, but nothing that the state was objecting to. So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28, 2019, what say the defense?
Oh, Mr. Beck has shown up, the man of the hour. He got some answering to do.
The state's position on this, there's a portion of this video at the very end is very personal to the investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking any to redact.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then.
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file? Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all.
This must really annoy Mr. J that he actually has to bring this into court.
As to the
That they should have acted on already. They should have worked with him already on that.
Request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the 3rd video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all
Excuse
on the
me,
same playing
they
field.
dump every day. Like they can do whatever they want. You should know.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079.
Not being
759.
wanted in.
That was on September 4th of 2019. Within that screenshot that I sent to them, Friday and then resent it this morning, was photographs of the defendant taken at that time. At their request, shows a cut in her ear. It's 3 photographs. Then there is also one body-worn camera labeled 1924755. Oh, strike that. 192473549 _GEN_INV, and then the 911 call from that incident.
Any redactions sought by the defense with regard to that specific body-worn camera or 911 call?
we're not necessarily seeking redactions, Your Honor. However, there are two separate videos. One seems to focus on Jorge Torres, one seems to focus on Ms. Boone, and there is clearly some redundancy. They're both body cams. One went upstairs where Mr. Torres was found hiding in a shower for bath. And so some of that's redundant. But there are actually two separate videos pursuant to the fifth.
Mr. J, are there one or two videos that the state's seeking?
There's one, the one that I listed in the final court report.
Okay. Do you know if that's a Bruce? Can you find out what counsel's here for? Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there is interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions? Okay, all right. So just as a recap,
You didn't look
with
at
regard to the first
That's
incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body-worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are two 911 calls and one body-worn camera sought by the state to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28, 2019 incident for which there is no redactions to the body-worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the fifth event, 3 photos of the defendant, body-worn camera, and a 911 call for which there are no redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, you won't.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park. Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday, how that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking. And then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into evidence?
I believe they've received everything from us, Your Honor. We identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted extension out of rule of completeness. I believe we're.
But my understanding from Mr. J was that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in, those 12, 14, 15 pages.
And you were instructed.
Okay, if you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate
I'm
it.
not sure if it's, that's what we're saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We can get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Okay, perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be intangible. Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, Jorge Torres.
That's my understanding.
You were advised in the Richardson hearing to do this. This is going to be a violation. This is what the hearing was about.
We need to do that, Judge. We've got to do that.
Okay.
How many times does he have to tell you? Oh,
My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
The second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in Bay County tomorrow. I will be here Thursday, and I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning as soon as he gets here from Coral Gables.
Did either Doctors Brannon or Harper rely on those medical records?
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago.
Beck lied on the
Question
record.
was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering.
I went up there.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of George Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll pare it down if we are.
Okay, you got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
And I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert who does not have specific familiarity with this case. And so there are no medical records or any other records that he has relied upon his knowledge and expertise.
Okay, all right. State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right. Anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So
The allegation is, I'll bet you it's Richardson again.
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure. Come on up, yo.
Y'all, listen, this is frustrating. I'm not even a lawyer, but I bet you the rest of the lawyers are all screaming up. The defense actually wants to put in evidence that they've already been told had to be whittled down to show exactly what they were going to put in or what the experts actually used by the state several days ago. We were all here for the Richardson hearing, right? Richardson hearings are when one side or the other is in violation of the discovery process. In other words, the not being fair, like those big dumps they were doing without redacting. They were ordered by the court to actually whittle that down and get that information to the court. And we heard coming back say he was going to do it days ago. Now he's standing there saying, nope, not done. Now there's more that they want to put in because, they want to do all of the incident reports where Sarah looks very, very injured and George looks very, very bad. But the state wants to put in the other ones where it's the opposite. They're prepared. They know exactly what they want to do. The defense hasn't even looked at what, hasn't even given them the list of redactions they want. They've been actually trying to contact them in regards to like, how do you want this presented? This is what we're going to do. In all good faith, the state is prepared. In the defense, which starts today after cross of the last state's witness this morning, and they still don't have together everything. If their expert witness tries to testify without them actually filling the requirements of discovery, it sounds like to me that they witness can't testify. I mean, I hear it in Judge Kraynick's voice. You have until this time. You have until this time. This is where I wish I had a law degree. I'm probably glad I don't, because this is just annoying, as a civilian. If it was actually my profession, I might take it personally how annoying the unpreparedness is. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, Karen. A mug of tea would be nice caffeine there. Liam, I'm sorry, I can only give you virtual coffee this morning. The white noise from George Kraynick's box. It's actually kind of soothing, which I could use. I did not have defense pissing me off before my first cup of coffee on the bingo card there, Rocket Couch. But damn, that just got under my skin. I can't believe we're still talking discovery problems, even after they've been put on notice with the Richardson hearing. And I didn't even look at that filing last night, but the tone of Mr. J's voice is it's a list of discovery items that they have failed to comply with the judge's orders or the state's requests since the last time they were all together for Richardson. That's just a guess from the tone in the room. Anybody else find it ironic that the defense is going to complain about a filing in the middle of the night that they didn't read? Was it what that they've been doing for the last 2 weeks? And then they're going to blame the state because they actually read them before they get.
All right, thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon. State is advised they're ready to proceed. Mr. J shook his head yes. Defense, you ready to proceed? Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Boone, are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Absolutely.
Are you still on board with the strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
Absolutely. Okay.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone will be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this matter. Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. All right, State, if you could please recall Detective Koepsell.
State would call Detective Koepsell.
Please swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Ma'am, good morning again. Could you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Chelsey Koepsell, Chelsey, Koepsel.
All right. Mr. Cacciatore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we had tendered the witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who is your partner then?
Detective Scott Lowen.
All right. And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together, is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when you arrived on the 24th, approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they had.
All right, so that had already been done by the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
All right. And you can do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. This day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and if something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, and out there, that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence in a case.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Rothengarden, is that how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Rothengarden. Okay, thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrived on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct? With pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected, yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you view the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase?
There were, yes.
Were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
Let's discuss the property. But let's not be prepared with the list. It's going to be a heck of a day, guys.
Ma'am, I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? And I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had the property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand, and that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case, potentially, is that correct?
Yes.
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
Yes.
An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was, there would be they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
Okay. And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, Are you aware at one point in time, there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone? Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that was done on her interview date on would have been the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we witnessed in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were doing at that time, correct? And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertip swabs of Jorge Torres. Were you familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to LIive for comparison?
Yeah.
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to LIive for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay. Who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to LIive for comparison or evaluation?
Part of
I would request it I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would author the, I guess, procedure for them to do so.
yeah.
Okay.
They're trying to say that we
And,
didn't do adequate testing on all
then
the
as to
materials.
Sarah Boone's
Saying that
swab,
she wasn't treated like a
who
victim.
requested that
Mm.
those be sent to LIive for evaluation?
Because she wasn't the person.
Again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested the CSI to do that.
Yeah, I don't think this is going anywhere.
Are
At
you
least it's
aware
not
of the
being nasty
results
like
from
Kevin
those
Beck was.
evaluations?
To the CSI person.
I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
I believe I'm aware, but would love to see a report before I specifically answer.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question.
So let's talk about the report in
But
the news,
basically,
but let's
you're
not
aware
have
that
it
was
available
done,
for
the procedure
review.
was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay. Now, ma'am, so you're through the first day, then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February, is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February, was Mr. Torres' autopsy done at that time?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did you communicate with the medical examiner at that time?
Yes, I did.
During the course of things, is that where you found out through the medical examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres' body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him, yes.
Okay, so after the autopsy, you had additional information, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, there was an interview, well, I don't know if it was an interview. There was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone, is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th, is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up, please?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
Okay. All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene, yes.
And when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone. Is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone, yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So she had consented to you to, for you to have her phone.
Yes.
Is that correct? She also provided you the code to get in the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out for consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it, and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different. And it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically like I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence, like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Since they had explained to me that they spoke with family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yes, she could have not consented and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
However, she did consent
But
and she did
before
sign the
you
paper
left
and
scene,
she gave you the passcode.
You knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone called you the next day,
She already testified
asking
that
you
she
about
didn't recall
bringing
that
her
phone call
phone
because she didn't.
did you just tell her, Miss Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
Okay.
She's already said Sarah was lying about that call because
So
she didn't say what she did.
did you reach out to Miss Boone that next day, or did Miss Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific, if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day. Or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then. But she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you informed her to set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other.
One or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As it to it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place in this case up to a certain point.
Yes, it was a summary. Yes.
All right. As far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
Okay. I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to not to the end, but to the point where the report stops. And it seems like in your investigative report, you are very thorough about details. Is that correct?
I would say I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So being the detailed person you are, and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they train you that your report should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay. And just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down, and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office, Central Operations.
All right. To meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay. Do you remember in having the conversation with Ms. Boone about this meeting that was supposed to take place, that you said that you could not return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good? You remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Okay. Ma'am, Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
It would have been nice if you took a moment and had all of your, like, you know, paperwork in order before you cross-examined this witness. I agree, Juju. It does.
Ma'am, during this time frame, were you pregnant at this time, at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I don't think you better
All
go
right.
there.
Well, anyway, Ms. Boone,
Oh, anyway.
there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
For the 25th at 3 p.m., yes.
Yes, and Ms. Boone showed up for that meeting.
She did.
25th.
Yes.
We saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation. On other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements, recorded statements at different times. Okay? Do you remember Abraham Marino?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take his recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Marino's recorded statement, was there anyone else with you?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
agree,
My
Lily.
partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay. Ma'am, as to who was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
You mean you actually are going to have it?
I would object.
You didn't
She
have
hasn't
anything.
Said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
You didn't have the other people
Ma'am,
she asked you
was
for.
Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
He's going to try to impeach her. He's going to say, like, he wasn't there. He may have been on site, but I don't know, because he's not documented in the report. I don't know. Well, this is impeachment of a witness. This is trying to make her not credible. I find it a little weird that, like, he has the report that he wants to impeach her on, but he wants to talk about evidence, but he doesn't have the evidence list.
Ma'am, do you have an independent memory of Detective Scott Lowen being with you at that interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, did that interview, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
Hmm.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a witness by the name of Brandon Moats?
Yes, I am.
On February the
Neighbor.
27th of 2020, did you take, interview Brandon Moats?
I believe so. It was either the 26th or 27th. Yes.
Morning, Maya.
If you were to see your investigative report, would that help refresh your memory?
All right, I would again object. She hasn't indicated that she needs assistance with her memory.
Approach.
Here we go again. We're trying to impeach a witness on tiny details to make them look not credible to the jury. Well, I don't know. How do you guys feel? I think this little song and dance is not exactly doing that.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, if it was the 27th, you would not disagree with that, would you?
Well, I just stated that it was either the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Moats, he was the neighbor living in the apartment, or the connecting apartment, wall apartment, with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres, is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Owen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
I would butcher it.
Me too, but Tagwell, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation, and yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay. Did you tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this for relevance.
Approach.
It is not illegal not to tell her she's going to be arrested. They wanted to talk to her about the autopsy first. And she planned on arresting her based on not having, she already had enough information. She's not required. I mean, I think they're bringing this up even though there's nothing really there, because they're trying to make the whole investigation look bad in front of the jury's eyes, like as if they were prejudicial against Sarah Boone in some way, that they had wronged her in some way, violated her rights. You have to remember, the average person is never been in that situation and doesn't know that they're allowed to use misleading techniques. They're allowed to say untruths, anything to elicit testimony in the investigation. It's all fair game. Exactly, Jester. You don't say, oh, by the way, when you get here, we're going to arrest you, and then expect people some people aren't going to show up. I mean, it's just not all standard operating procedure to just notify people, oh, by the way, come on down here and make it easy for us so we can just arrest you. Yeah, it's just, yeah, exactly. But it is his right to look bad.
Objection's overruled.
Yes, Liam, I agree. This is all Sarah leading this
So,
area.
ma'am, at that time, you did not tell Ms. Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Ms. Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We plan to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee, not come. And then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her?
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney. And if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
Not my job to make Sarah protect herself.
Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
No.
I wasn't in contact with her, physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
Having been read her rights twice yesterday, the day before, why wouldn't
you tell her that some things that we need to talk about? Is that correct?
It's specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time?
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings, yes.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember, as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to asked and answered.
Overruled.
So I have to read her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she is under arrest at that time.
Was there a reason? Could you have told her that she was under arrest before me reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
This is such a waste of
Ma'am,
time.
was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those
Even if
Miranda
it
warnings?
was strategic, it is permissible under law enforcement guidelines. Sarah can cry spilt milk all she wants. She said what she said. She was read Miranda rights the day before. She knows she could have showed up to her there. She knew they were going to talk to her. If she had concerns, she should have brought an attorney. She was read her Miranda rights the day before. She knows what those rights are. This is so silly. Could you have said words? Could you have worn a blue shirt instead of a green shirt? Yeah, Juju, me too, because like I can't even, the snark just can't stop. Like, I don't know, the defense just got off on the wrong foot with me today. Like, we have to spend all this time on discovery issues that they absolutely know better. I don't know how many times the judge has to tell them to do their job. Fair is fair. Yeah, I understand, Anna. I get the same thing with the mics back and forth. There is a popping. I do think that Detective Koepsell does make a lot of mouth noises. But some of that popping to me sounds like it's coming from mics behind, like either Mr. Henderson or even one of the other desks, because I hear papers and all kinds of stuff, like clicking. Well, he's trying to do a gotcha, Anna. He's specifically moving around with dates of interviews to try to confuse her so that she says the wrong thing. You know, he wants to talk about property, but he doesn't have the property list. He wants to talk about specific items, but he doesn't want to give her the property list. Okay. But he wants to bring in her interview because, like, was her partner there or not? Like, maybe he's not on cam, but that doesn't mean he's not on site. You know, like, so I don't know. This gotcha is trying to get Chelsey Koepsell to look like an unreliable witness, and in some attempt do a go around about the interview. The judge has already ruled on motion to suppress the interview. This is like
Objection is sustained.
ridiculous. If they piss the jury off, it's not good for Sarah. The defense needs to be a little reasonable here. They all, Juju, wasting
Ma'am.
their time.
And we were able to see the video of the interview. As a process of interviewing people, such as Ms. Boone, well, let me specifically. In the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true during the interview process?
Are you asking if we're allowed to lie to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Was that done at any time in this interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
I confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I think Sarah's really, really annoyed that she got outsmarted.
I have no further questions.
A redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released? State.
We have her subject to recall.
Okay.
Subject to
That's
recall.
right.
All right, ma'am, you're released
Rebuttal
subject to
is
recall.
coming.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
State, any other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to be produced?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would rest.
Okay. Members of the jury, it is 10:22 a.m. I have some matters with counsel that I need to address. So we're going to excuse you for a short while. It's a great opportunity for us to take our morning break as well. Similar instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation as to the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. And we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
Ooh. I wonder if we're going to be here for the discussion with the attorney. Because Judge Kraynick does not seem pleased. Yes. Liam, I like that. A distinction between lie and deceive there. Because they're not
Don't maybe
actually
see.
lying to the suspect, but they are allowed to do so.
Defense, any motions?
Judge, we do have some motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we could do that, because it may be fairly lengthy.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
Okay, so I have to come up here and talk for 15 minutes until they come back. Oh, what is happening? Charlotte. Okay. So first, we had a whole bunch of discovery issues brought up by the state. The defense has not complied with the judge's orders from the Richardson hearing like the other day to actually do the drill down on the 550 medical pages and 196 other I think they were JPEGs or PNGs, could be photographs of types of evidence. Mr. Beck was supposed to be on that. Apparently, there was a lot of talk back and forth that Mr. Beck has not submitted anything to the state in regards to that. There was a lot of stuff about the defense just getting to the state this morning and yesterday, the interviews that they want to use to present their case in regards to Jorge Torres' previous history of arrest for domestic abuse. And the state was also wanting to present two additional ones. The state was asking for the redactions for the information that they had already given to the defense in order of asking, is this all okay to go through? Do you request anything to be removed? Blah, 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 blah. They never responded. So state rightly is bringing it to the judge because it's the day that the defense is starting their actual case and they want to bring all of this stuff forward, but they just don't want anybody to know exactly what they're going to be playing.
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage. Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact,
they go
she had
back
been
and forth
charged previously with
this
domestic
discovery
violence against the
stuff all
same
the time.
man. She's now on trial for killing him.
The
How do I know this?
defense will
Well,
whine
because we put
that
Sarah
the
Boone's name and
state,
location into
has
the
all the
Truth
resources
Finder
and all the
search
information,
bar,
and they
and
should
we were
be
able
giving
to find
everybody
out all
information.
sorts of
But they
information. When
don't
we
want to
scrolled
do it
down
in
to her criminal
return.
history, we found
But you
minor things like
cannot
a speeding ticket, but
bring
also a much
evidence
more
in
severe charge
that
for
the
murder
state
that she's
has
now
not
facing in an
been able
Orlando
to vet
courtroom
or
right
at
now.
least
And even if
get
you
their
don't work
eyes
in
on
true
in
crime,
review
you can find out
for
all kinds of
counter.
information on
And
Truth
the
Finder, like
problem
which
is they want
sex
to bring
offenders may
expert
live in your
witnesses
area, even
that have
use Truth Finder to
used
see what's
some
available
of
about
this
yourself
information
online.
to
Here's
form
the
their
main idea.
opinions,
It can be
and
hard
they
to
have
know who to
not
trust. And
drilled
knowledge
it down
today
yet for the
is
state.
power. So right now, you can get
And
50%
that's
off
part
of
of
your
what
first
happened
month of
this morning.
confidential background reports.
And
Just go
then
to
we did the cross-examination, Mr.
truthfinder.com/LCLive
Henderson,
and access information
for the
on
defense,
almost
cross-examined
anyone.
Chelsey Koepsell, the detective, and he was trying to do the gotchas it's very hard to do a gotcha with Chelsey Koepsell because she is a well-vetted detective. She has done a lot of testimony. She not giving in. So he tried to ask her about her properties and why she didn't take this or that, but he couldn't provide the property list for her to review, or he didn't want to because she would be able to answer. He did talk a lot about dates of this and dates of that. It did look like he was trying to get her to misstate something. There was something about whether or not her partner was there for Mr. Moreno's interview, which I don't know how that would make or break an interview. The interviews are all going to stand. What he's trying to do is discredit Chelsey Koepsell's credibility with the jury, make it look like the whole investigation, since she's the lead investigator, is wrong. Then they're going back and forth about the phone because Sarah was upset because she thought she was getting her phone back, and she was told when she got there that she wasn't. But Sarah was there for more than just the phone. Remember, Sarah showed up with a list of questions which were addressed by the investigators during the interview. Now, Chelsey Koepsell is allowed to know her process, that she plans on arresting Sarah because she has enough information. But she also doesn't have to tell Sarah that because she wanted to talk to Sarah about the autopsy and the injuries. They just got the autopsy report that said it looked like this man was beat. Blunt force trauma to the head, to the shoulders. They are well within their rights to not say anything to her and want to question her about that. Sarah is just a little miffed that she's been out-clevered by a very attractive professional woman. Very good at her job. Okay? And what was that about? Were you pregnant? Was that just trying to was he insinuating something? I got a little annoyed. I don't know about you guys. But it was a nothing, Charla. It was the defense doing what they need to do. I'm fully aware that defense needs to try to poke holes into everything. But this go round, it looked sloppy. I don't think it had the results they wanted to have with the jury. I did mute Jesse. Yes, I did. Sorry about that, Juju. There's a delay, so you probably heard it before I did. So I am sorry if it got through your headphones, guys. I did have it down. Well, Jesse Weber did pop in, and I do adore him, but not now, Jesse. Not now, later. Yes, you know what? It was were you pregnant at the time? And then nothing. That has anything to do with it? Was he going to just say pregnancy hormones fogged her memory or something? Don't go there, dude. I think he needs to remember that the majority of the jury is female. Wasn't it? I do believe so. No, wait. Is it the other way around in the end? I know it started out as mostly female. Let's see. The distinction between legal and illegal ways to lie is interesting for me. For example, lies aren't all war crimes, but specific ones are because they lead to harm to civilians. Yes, to civilians, okay, not suspects in an investigation. But I get what you mean, Rocket Couch. There is a fine distinction, but we have to remember that law enforcement gets a lot of leeway. Their sting operations, they can actually tell you things that aren't actually true to try to manipulate you into feeling a certain way so that you divulge information, because actually the protection of the Commonwealth is what they are commissioned to do, and not exactly your personal fifis about how you feel about them manipulating you, right? I mean, Sarah is upset. She feels her rights were violated, because Sarah's all about, I need to be in the know. I need to know what's going on. I need everything in advance. This is Sarah Boone. Even in that investigation towards the end, she goes, I need to know what to do. What do I do now? You need to tell me what I do. And the information wasn't there. It was you're done. Well, she had that list, right? Of all of these things in control. I want to call this one. I want to do this. What can I do? She needs to be in control. In that situation, there is none. So she feels quite slighted that she did not have control in that situation. What she thought was going on turned out not to be what was going on. I'm sure she thought that they believed everything she was saying. They were having, that there wasn't anything, no intent, I truly believe that Sarah knew that she was in a bit of hot water, but she thought that because there was no intent there wasn't anything they could do. The defense is within its rights to use any means to show reasonable doubt, exactly, or that the offense was justified. But the way they are doing it seems unorganized and just hoping that something sticks. Yes, I think they are throwing anything at the wall that they can. They should. But they do come off very unorganized, and I don't think that impresses the jury much at all. I don't know why you would talk about property items and taking things when you don't have it's all in evidence. It's all there. They have it. And if you have notes on your pad about what you want to talk about, why don't you have the supporting information to go with it, to make it look prepared? I mean, the jury is not only looking at the defendant and the witness, looking at the lawyers. In how they come off, those matter. It looks like these guys want to walk in with a yellow pad with all their notes on it on what they're going to do, but they don't do any of the supporting background stuff. I have my opinion. I don't know. It does seem like these attorneys are the type of attorneys that are soloists. They do not operate in a team. They don't have a good support system behind them. Well, clear communication with their staff on their needs and wants for optimal presentation. Yeah, it just looks really sloppy. Private practitioner syndrome. Anybody else see that? Or is that just me going like a little too crazy on the issue? I am fascinated with this subject. I just listened to a story about the U.S. dropping bombs during World War II, and the man who did it said, we hadn't won the war, we would be prosecuted. This is true. Yes, I remember these stories. That's fascinating, Juju. There's like a whole big controversy there. Are you talking about Richard Feynman, Juju? I remember him saying something similar. I think that is the documentary. Do they have any psychological witnesses? Yes. Both sides have a forensic, have a psychologist or a actual witness in regards to battered spouse syndrome that did actually interview Sarah Boone. We have Julie Harper for the defense, and she's been involved in the case since back in 2021, and she was hired by Mauricio Pedillo. She's had multiple interviews in sessions with Sarah. And then we have Miss Warner, who will be from the prior motions and everything going on. I believe it's Miss Warner who will be the expert witness for the state. And it was actually Miss Warner's deposition to where it was first disclosed publicly in documents about Sarah using a bat on George in the suitcase. That was during her, disclosed during her deposition from her discussion with Sarah Boone. Now, it could have been elsewhere, but that's the first time I took note of it. And then it got pretty popular out here on the socials with them all talking about it. So the state will call her up because I didn't hear the testimony. No, actually, the state has rested Anna. Chelsey Koepsell has been reserved to come back for rebuttal, just like Brian Boone, in several other witnesses. But the state has now turned everything over to the defense. It's now the defense's show. And they said that their first witness would be Sarah Boone, so we shall see. But it will be defense witnesses, not state witnesses from now on. We had 14 witnesses for the state, multiple evidence submissions of autopsy diagrams in photos of all the interviews of the all of the videos of the interviews, both at the apartment on the scene from both Kayla Rodriguez, her body cams, and her partner, and then also from Chelsey Koepsell in Detective Loan when they interviewed Sarah. That's on film. Also, it's recorded in the police car because the battery died, so they continued. And then the next day on the 25th, we also saw the submission of the videos from her cell phone. We also saw the submission of cell phone data in regards to how that was required in the listings, sortings, and categories, and read text messages between Sarah and George's brother, Juan, to where Sarah said she said she would be rid of him. And that there was some altercation between some, bad blood between Juan and Sarah in regards to something she said to one of his daughters. And around the holidays, he was saying, Sarah, you are no longer allowed to be anywhere near the kids or anyone. So, yeah, contentious. Yeah, not exactly buddies. So no testimony from that psychologist. Which psychologist do you mean? Yes, because the expert witnesses will make or break the battered spouse syndrome case. You're right, Anna. But they both are going to testify. The question this morning in regards to discovery was that Dr. Julie Harper, rather, for the defense, has used the medical records of George and all of the investigative report, all of the police records of George's prior history of abuse and injury in her determinations, in her actual expert opinion. In the state's point this morning was, if they're using that when they haven't complied with discovery on our end, she may not be able to testify. I mean, the judge pretty much led them down that path that you've got until this time, because like if you don't get that over to the state, then if Julie Harper has used that information to form her opinion, she can't testify because you haven't complied with discovery with the state in regards to that information. And now they know this. I don't know why they're playing around like this. I really don't. It's like they're just kind of like going around in circles, making it a little more difficult for themselves. They just seem very disorganized. And maybe that they want to look that way. I don't know. Like maybe that's like a thing with the jury to try to make it look like, the state is forcing us to do all of this stuff. And look, we don't have time to do this or that. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. They don't get to hear. The jury does not hear the discovery arguments or these motions back and forth. Like they only get to hear the testimony and the evidence in the courtroom. Now, all of this is behind the scenes. We get to see it and get frustrated by it, but the jury doesn't. And it's true, Juju. History's not taught the way it used to be in school anymore. Thank you, Liam. Tommy Whisserall has entered the building. Oh, I forgot. I did not lie to Sarah Boone. I did not. Oh, yes, Chelsey Koepsell would make a great Tommy Whisserall, wouldn't he? Yeah. Oh, yeah, the state psychologist is Warner. And she doesn't actually get to use any of that because they dumped it at 550 pages. So there's no threat that she used any of that information and it won't be coming in. She will be able to testify, Anna, as far as I was aware. The state does have their witness. That would be Ms. Warner. Is ready as rebuttal after the defense brings up the BSS. Yep.
We're back on the record, 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Yes, sure, on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions?
We do go on.
You may proceed.
If I may first vote, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this time the test would move for a judgment acquittal. I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today.
What?
But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury?
What?
Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder
Okay.
information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is
He
dead.
does realize
Stipulated
that the
to his
state
identity.
does the
There's
charges.
been no argument to
not
the fact
detective.
or the idea that he
Okay.
died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was
Couch.
caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that it was
It did
imminently
demonstrate
dangerous, I think, is
depraved mind.
belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim,
Yeah, isn't it
apparently
funny,
he did
Leo?
not
He's
perceive it to
thinking
be a
that.
dangerous or imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of Jorge Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think but that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case. Whether any trier of fact, in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them, establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. Jorge Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of Jorge Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds would be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been laid. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
You should have
Ms.
answered
Boone,
it
I have a
actually
couple of
prepared.
questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever.
You can't present your case unless you put her on first. What are you doing?
To testify.
Oh,
Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and battered spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, for the court to consider whether or not we established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm gonna need a few moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal. To just go through it again, because I know you've been asked to colloquy about all that. So I'm gonna need a few moments with her. I don't know, 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers to meet with her. I don't know if we can do it here or maybe back there, but just a short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity. But before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
I'll do my best to try to behave. I know that they hate to do that. We all know that the defense, when they're up, they have to do a motion to acquit. They have to do a motion for like summary judgment if it's civil, like whatever. They got to try to get everything tossed. The first thing that they do, you know, like 101, is try not to have to actually put on their defense. Now, let's be clear. In a trial, in a criminal proceeding, the only one required to do anything is the state. Right? The defense does not have to put up a case. It could go to jury right now. The defense is not obligated to put one single witness on the stand. They are not obligated to defend against anything that the state said. They can just leave it all to the jury. Right? They don't have to put up, competing witnesses, they don't have to do any of that. And apparently they are not actually prepared, because I just heard the lead defense attorney crying and whinging about having to put Sarah Boone on the stand first, when normally when I conduct a trial case, I normally put the defendant on the stand last. Well, dude, you're the one that wants to use battered spouse syndrome. You are fully aware of the rules of battered spouse syndrome. And were you not there with the rest of us? Because, I know I was there. I know half that chat was there for all the hearings on these, where you were told over and over and over and over and over again that Miss Boone needs to testify as to the overt act that would actually qualify you to even use this defense in your defense of this case. I can't. But Sarah wants her say, exactly. How dare you? And can you imagine the conversation right now, Liam? I mean, I wish I had puppets. I'd go on camera right now for you guys. Because Sarah Boone right now is like, what do you mean you don't want me to testify? I've waited 4.5 years. This whole show is my show. They'll believe me. They need to hear me. No one's listening to me. They are not thinking what I want them to think. They think badly of me, and I need to let them know I'm not like that. This is me. What I tell you I am, that's what I am. You do not get to free think about that or have an opinion. I can't wait. I want this testimony so bad. I don't think it's going to go anywhere near as much fun as I think it's going to be. I actually think she's going to behave. Exactly, Charlotte. They picked the strategy. Stop your whinging now. This was your idea. If I was the judge, I was like, excuse me, sir, was this not your idea? We're all you're all pulling the strings on us to comply with this idea that you guys presented, and now you're up here whinging about it. I don't think they're ready. I really don't think they're ready. They did not look very prepared this morning. If I knew that I was going to be doing witnesses and crosses, I mean, maybe I'm a bit of a stickler, and I will admit to being a little bit biased because this defense team has already pissed me off like at least another dozen times in previous hearings. Okay. But man, if I was the client, I'd be having some words with Mr. Henderson right now on the yoki doki presentation that he just did on like why didn't you just like put put a straw in your mouth and like shuffle your feet a little bit and like tell everybody, well, I thought everything was supposed to be next week, like, so I'm just not ready. It totally looked unprepared, and I don't know if that was on purpose. I don't know if not having the things available was intentional because he actually didn't want Chelsey Koepsell to be able to look at things, refresh herself, and actually come back in him. It could be part of his strategy, but it didn't look good. It didn't. And if I was the client, I would not be pleased. I would not be pleased at all. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Rocket, this is terrible, but I think you're right. Words are pretty strong. They're doing wonders to put her behind bars. Oh yes, they are actually doing a really good job of having to make the judge ask Sarah repeat. Are you happy with these guys? Like, are you happy with this defense? You're doing this right. Like, are you happy with this? Like, yeah, because he does not want everything overturned. This is risky defense. We all knew that. Yeah, and to whine that they actually have to put it on now is like, that was just rich. But I guess I should have expected it. Exactly. They're almost making it a requirement, Juju, like with their behavior. Exactly, Charlotte. This is what Miranda's all about. Like, you guys are right. And actually, well, she could have brought a lawyer with her, right? Oh yeah, she could have. She could have stopped at the grocery store on the way, and got an iced tea. She could have brought like donuts for the whole crew. Like, there's a lot of things she could have done. But the fact is that the day before she went through the interview process and was read Miranda, she fully is aware of her rights. And if anybody thinks that Sarah Boone doesn't know what her rights are, miss, every single letter I write is all about my constitutional right, and you have violated me here, and you have violated me there. Sarah Boone's all about it. Miss, as soon as I hit the jail, went to the library and got me some law books. Yes, she's fully aware of her rights, and she was at the time. The day before she went through the whole process of talking to them with the Miranda, she knows she could have brought a lawyer. Whether it just didn't occur to her that perhaps if I'm going in for a second interview, listen, I know, like, we all have listened to Sarah Boone through her letters and through her conduct in hearing for a while. Does anybody think that this was not the scenario? She stayed up all night and couldn't sleep because she was making that list of things that she needed answers to, and she was going to get this from them. They were going to inform her. Okay. She was going there on an agenda. There were things she wanted to address, and they needed to talk to her again. And then they brought up the autopsy, and they read her Miranda rights. So she did not have to say a word. Now, if Jay was here, he'd be saying, this is a perfect example. This is a perfect example of why when the police want to talk to you, you don't say a word and you get a lawyer. Because you don't know what they want to talk to you about. You don't know what they have. And they don't have to tell you. It's not like they show up with a list of, this is all the dirt we have on you. Do you want to talk to us about it? This is what we're going to put you in jail for because we think you're bad, and this is what we think you did. Do you want to talk about it? Please point to the part on the list where you should actually inquire for your lawyer, because that should be like before you even look at the list. Like, I can't even. I can't even. And Sarah's very upset, and I think mostly it's upset is that she was outsmarted. That she realizes that those detectives had decided about her well before. Well before. Oh, I'll do this one until we start talking. Oh, yeah. Okay, so now she got her bathroom break. Well, she still needs to confer with her attorney. I don't think Mr. Owens is ready. Remember, Mr. Owens and Sarah have had a few go-rounds. Do you know they had a real shouting match before he even came on board. He saw her 4 times. There's documented in the prison records of altercation, like loud conversation. I wouldn't say an altercation, nothing physical or anything like that, you know. But there's also been at least 2 that I heard documented in the daily reporting at the prison since he's come on board. We've seen some tense looks between the 2 of them and some intense conversation. That doesn't mean they're at odds. It just means that, you know, they're discussing serious stuff. He's very supportive. There's a lot of back rubs been going on since yesterday. She is going to need to testify. He is going to have to do all of his coaching prior, because from what they have said, her testimony will be narrative, which means he doesn't need to lead her with questions. He doesn't need to keep her on the path. Morning, Mandy. Just in time. And Mousy, you made it back in time too. Now I don't have the timestamp, right? Well, I mean, since they said this was going to trial, this was what I was wondering. Are we going to see Sarah Boone actually testify? Or will the defense pull a magic trick out of one of those pockets so she doesn't have to? But I know she wants to. Miss Boone, just one last thing. Yes. Do you realize that everything you say on the stand can and will be used against you in rebuttal by the state? Like, this is actually very risky. Juju says, I don't think death occurred to her. Not one bit. I don't think she comprehended he was in danger. She keeps digging her hole, though, and shame on her. I don't know. Now that we know that she took that bat to him repeatedly prior to the video, it seems. I'm not sure. I don't know if she did that before the first video or if she did it between the first video and the second video. Do you guys think there was enough time? Because that's when she flipped the case over. You know? I know, Mouse. This is going to be something. I'm glad you guys are here to share it with me and to keep me calm, because like, the defense is ready to make. I realize I'm not being very unbiased when it comes to the defense. They have really annoyed me. You know, I hate bad legal manners, right? Like, I don't know. I'm kind of a little stuck up about that. Like, the respect for the law, decorum in the courtroom. Like, there ain't a dog and pony show. Like, can you send the theatrics for the like playhouse? You know, it shouldn't be in the courtroom. But I know they do all that. Like, I'm not unrealistic. I know it's part of the game. But it annoys the heck out of me. It really does. Like, so much time gets wasted. Oh, you can't. Oh, Mandy, I hope it's something serious. Oh, I hope everything go okay. You let us know later that he made everything's okay. Okay, man. I'm sending good vibes. Hey, Rodent. Boone will get to be what she wanted. Star of the show. Cross-examination is going to shatter. You know, I don't think she's ready for the pushback. I really don't. Does anybody know, like, when you do narrative testimony, can narrative testimony be cross-examined in Florida? Criminal. In Florida, criminal cases. Yeah, be specific, Bear. Okay. Yes, narrative testimony can be cross-examined in Florida criminal cases. Thank you, ChatGPT, Google. During a trial, the opposing party questions a witness to elicit relevant information and assess their credibility. A witness can be cross-examined on any matter relevant to the case, including credibility. However, a judge may limit cross-examination on matters not testified to during direct examination. In other words, if Sarah doesn't bring it up, they can't talk about it. And I think the judge already has laid that groundwork because of battered spouse syndrome, like that I think that's already laid out. Okay. Well, that answers that. Well, I feel better. It is going to be a show. We should have sold tickets. You guys got popcorn? Oh. Oh, so it's his teeth. Okay. Like, oh. Oh. Oh, Mandy, I hope he's going to be okay. I feel for you. Like, it's not easy when our kids are sick. It's just like anybody else, like people in our lives, children, or everything. You don't like to see them going through anything. Hmm. Jojo, I think we all need like a shirt that says I am mad. There are definitely days that I would wear that shirt so I didn't have to say anything to anybody. I am mad. Like, yes. In some cats, like when there's stuff they don't like going on, you can actually tell they're mad with their little face. They're just like looking at you, you know? Well, most of the time, when I did have it one time, quite a few cats, and boy, all the personalities. Well, my favorite one, Buddy, like he would just sit there and look with me, and he would just tilt his head the other way, like I am indifferent. Not even I am mad. It's like you're dead to me. I am indifferent. He'd just be looking around. Yes, a resting bee shirt. Exactly, Rocket Couch. You know. Maybe we should do Fire Bear on the T-shirt for merch, Juju, with I am mad. That would be good. I really should work on merch. What do you guys think? Like, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's silly, like because I wouldn't like I don't know, like there's nothing big about it. Like I'm not like a brand or anything, so like why have a T-shirt? Not like I'm a rock star or something like that. Like there's no venue, any of that, no catchphrase, anything. But maybe some stickers. Like stickers are popular. I have stickers from a lot of different YouTube channels. I like them. Yeah, or what do you guys think of coffee mugs? Like, how about I am mad coffee mug with a mug on it, like a real bear mug, like a pouty bear mug on the mug. This I am mad. That's that sounds a little too good, actually. But stickers, for sure. Definitely the shy bear with the unintentional innuendo sticker. Like somebody sent that one to me. You want one of those mugs, the FAFO mug? Yeah. I have my Emily Baker mug that says facts, not effery. And I love it. It's nice and tall. It's white with black lettering. It's nice. Yeah. Yes, stickers. Meep sticker would be great. Actually, I was thinking of the Bear and Bee, like, Vespa that I made. But I have to make it pink. Like somebody needs to take the Bear and Bee Vespa and do meep. That would make a great sticker. Juju, we're sticker worthy. Did you ever think that like I can't even believe I said that. Like I can't even believe that's the thing. Coffee mugs I think it is a good idea. Like everybody likes a good mug. And if you look at my cabinet, like you can see, like if I go on vacation or I do something special, like there's always like a coffee mug involved. Hey, Turtle Moves. I would brag if I had a sticker. I think you should brag because it's like that I think the Bear and Bee Vespa sticker with meep on it is a brilliant idea, Juju. No, I can't restart the trial for you, Beck, but you did make it before Sarah Boone's testimony. And you could replay. There's going to be a lot of yammering by me because I got a little bit annoyed at the defense. Like, I can't even with the defense today. I just can't. You know, if anybody's here for my unbiased opinion that I normally try to give you by both sides, like, forget it. Like, forget it. I already tanked that notion about an hour and a half ago. That's it. Now we're talking about merch for the channel, and we were talking about Baron B's Vespa sticker. Like, that would be cool. I'm in a very good mood today. Thank you very much, Beck. How are you? Like, I'm actually full of what's the saying? You know, some of you may understand it. Piss and vinegar? Yeah, I would say that's my mood today. And I'm fully caffeinated. It's a dangerous combination, actually. But I'm finding great humor in the tactics of the defense. We've already had a motion to acquit on the facts that there were no actual real charges. You know, because Sarah didn't do anything big. I'm not kidding. Yeah, digest that one. Digest that one. I'm glad that life has improved, Beck. And so now you are over there? You're out of there, actually. You're out of Santa Fe. Okay. What's the matter, Mandy? Bears be bearing. Ooh, 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 that's cute. And we could do the little, like, you know, the bend over and the looking over the shoulder thing with a little bear butt. Mandy, that actually is a cute idea. Bears be bearing. Yes. I like, you guys are creative. Like, yeah. Oh, here comes our judge. Static though. Like, he's got his white noise box on.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State appearances for the record.
Dave Kester on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens from this Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black blazer and dark blue blouse from this morning. She is in custody, however, not wearing any restraints, so she'll be able to stand when our jury enters, and if she is called to testify in this matter, she will be able to walk to the witness stand. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you. Similarly to our conversations earlier today, I don't want to know about any of the substance of any conversations you've had with your attorneys, just whether or not you've had certain conversations. So far, you've been present throughout the entire trial process. You've been seated at counsel's table. You had the opportunity to observe the evidence presented by the state, as well as the direct and cross-examination of the state's witnesses. Are you satisfied with your attorney up and until this point?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you some questions again about specific conferences and conversations you have with your attorneys. I don't want to know those specifics, just whether or not those things have been had. Have you had the opportunity to discuss with your attorneys whether or not you would like to testify as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss that matter with your attorneys?
No.
Have your attorneys discussed with you the potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute? and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way.
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering in the affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come in self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase and to look at that. And then the third thing is that the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior.
Mr. Owens worried about impeachment. Remember, she went in camera for a motions hearing.
there's a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she
There is no
considered an imminent
dispute.
threat,
He ordered
and that
all
she took
that already.
evidence, or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the 2 detectives.
He doesn't have an overt act.
They introduced this 2-hour video. She says he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
So he's asking for a free pass here.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. The court, in its ruling pre-trial, has been trying to get some guidance on this. Reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statement.
It had been, Mandy.
And there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling. And I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or battered spouse syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and inspect it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench to get these photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Judge, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had already been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because
I sent my juror out.
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not, and other related matters. So
Delay.
not giving her this evidence,
He does not.
In terms of anything that the state just discussed.
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
Yes, how much time, since you held us to schedule yesterday?
I'm very
You were
concerned
told 10
because
o'clock.
it is 11:25.
Ooh. Did that just freeze for anybody else, or is it just me?
Early lunch, it's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then
He's
I
not
believe
playing.
tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got
Mm.
Dr. Brannon that's going to be here first thing Wednesday
Why
morning.
does
And
Mr.
then
Owens
I
not see
believe
the
Dr.
smoke
Harper's
coming
not
out
going to
of
be here
Judge
till Thursday
Kraynick's
morning.
ears right now?
So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that.
You were told
But I
yesterday.
think for purposes of this, Judge,
10:30,
in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over
understand.
this evidence with my client before she testifies. And
Oh my God!
I have
Why?
not had
What
a
have you
chance to
been
do that
doing?
evidence, other than seeing it here today.
What?
But, I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay, can the parties approach for a moment?
Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. I have to talk to her about her testimony that we've known she's going to do for 4 weeks now. We've been talking about. I'm going to have to put something in my coffee, people. This is so not good. Okay, so they were counting on the fact. Apparently, they're doing all this manipulation to try to get her on the stand without having to talk about the overt act. Because remember, Mr. Henderson, then the overt act was George wiggling his finger at her. And like I said, that like opens up a lot of questions because then she took a bat to that hand, worried that he would get out of the case. But all along, she's been telling everybody, I thought he could get out of the case. Like, why? It's not intentional. I didn't leave him in there. I thought he could get out. But the overt act is him getting out. It's total contradiction. It's totally going to make the jury going to go, what? Like it just did to all of us when they first said it last week, when Henderson just in the motion to suppress here said there is an overt act. He wiggled her fingers at her and she got triggered. She just hit him with a bat. Okay, but then after all of that, she's so triggered she just went upstairs and went to bed. Yeah, all right. So which is it? Which is it? I'm terrified of him getting out of that suitcase because he's going to beat me and I'm going to die, which is the battered spouse syndrome mindset that they're trying to present. Or is it, I didn't intend for him to die. I knew he could get out of the suitcase the whole time. It never occurred to me he couldn't get himself out. Of course he can get himself out. I left a space. I made sure he was able to get out. I would never leave him in there to die. I am not that person. Quote unquote, Sarah, during the 2-hour interview. I mean, seriously, there is so much risk with this defense. And it's almost like this is what they want to do. This is what they want to present. And now they're going out of their way to not have to do it. Because I think they're fully aware that as much as Sarah believes that that's credible overt act, it's in complete contradiction to everything she has already said on record, in hearings, in interviews, and in her own testimony in the motion to suppress hearing, which they get to use to impeach her. Oh, a nice look at the galley here. Oh, there's Jules with the dark hair and the glasses there. She's from Trial. She works with Trial LIive. That's Notorious Jules. And she's with Trial LIive TV. I see her on their streams, and she's over there in the chat all the time. And she's a mom. Yeah, she's there every day. She's tweeting out stuff that happens in the courtroom on Twitter. I'm afraid to go to Twitter and look right now because I think it's only going to incite riot in my soul more than I already have. Yes, that's what she said. Remember tomorrow, kiddo? I thought she would come up. He usually comes up. We have a nicey nice, and then we go to bed. She can't even, so she couldn't find her phone to call for help. Nope, she couldn't. No, she was too busy taking a video with the phone, using it like a camera. I left space for him to get out, but I didn't want him to get out. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's like I made arrangements for him to get out, and then I was terrified and in fear for my life that he would get out because he would retaliate on me. So I went upstairs and went to bed. So I'd be fully prepared for when he comes and retaliates on me. Yeah. It doesn't make sense. And I don't mean to sound like it doesn't matter, because it actually does, because Anna makes a great point in the chat. This case for battered spouse syndrome will be cited repeatedly for all of the people who want to use it one way or another. Florida is a mess with statute back and forth on battered spouse syndrome. And they have been trying, to navigate it for the victim, for both sides, for the defense and the state, like for some time now. It's always going to go one way or the other. We know that. But this case is actually going to do some damage to how victims will be able to use this statute. I mean, if they actually impeach her on here, this case will be cited repeatedly as to just because you say you were in a contentious relationship doesn't automatically mean BSS, because it doesn't. Okay, being in a contentious, abusive relationship does not equate to BSS all the time. It's not a standard given, okay? In this, so groundwork has to be laid in the understanding of the mindset of those that are abused. And, we see that in the testimony all the time, and in other trials, in other cases, to where a person's frame of mind or mindset is allowed to come in as to why they may have acted a certain way. And that is what the BSS defense is for, in prompting self-defense. But how do you have self-defense when something's an accident? When Sarah says repeatedly, no intention. Well, she said no intention, but she also said they never touched each other. They had a good day. Now she's saying I hit him with a bat, but it was in self-defense because I thought he was going to hurt me. It's not uncommon for a person who's been in an abusive relationship or a contentious relationship to not want anyone to know about it. I can't really fault her for not coming out with the whole story to the investigators prior to her arrest. She didn't really think she was going to be charged. She didn't really think it was pertinent information. As soon as they started pushing back on her about the video, she did start to mention that she had been, like, they had had incidences, like, you don't know how he treats me, like I have to run away. Like, she did get into all of that somewhat. And they said that they were aware of the history. After all, the incident reports are there. And if you think that the police haven't already got that under their belt when they go to question you about something, like your name didn't go through the system, and that little system didn't spit out all these incident reports to the same address with the same people involved, you'd be mistaken. They knew everything. They knew about the contentiousness. They didn't believe her when she said, it was a good day. Nothing happened. Like, we're in a good place. They didn't believe it. They already believed something contrary happened, that there was some type of argument. There was some type of something, because there was always something there. Yeah, she doesn't seem, but she does worry.
It is 11:35. Councils have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the pre-marking of exhibits, along with the review of the suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
Yes, sir.
Same question, Mr. Owens.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring it back in our panel.
Oh my goodness. Well, Owen pressed yesterday for what time for Sarah to testify. They were told 10 to 10:30, and there's been nothing but delay. They have material evidence of a crime. Ooh. What is this, Anna? What are you speaking about? Like, wait a minute. Yes, exactly. It's psychological. I agree.
Jury entering.
It is Juju. Yes, it is. It is a long time. But I'm going to be playing music, I think, during the break for a little bit.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Jury entering.
You all may be seated. Thank you.
Okay.
State and the defense, if you could please review those items and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
Oh my. Okay. Like, okay. Court's in recess. They've got a lot to do during lunch. Like, he does sound annoyed, and I don't blame him. I really don't. I think what I'm going to do is I have a little bit of a playlist that I can put up to put some music from Mr. Victory, some calming poetic readings from Wild Darlings, a little bit from my library, some improv from Chris Durham and Christopher Malte. Hopefully they won't strike anything this time, on the musical instrument. This is all original stuff, so they really shouldn't. But I'm going to have the phone with me, so if they do come back and do anything, I will definitely be able to bring it up. I'll have my phone with the StreamYards on it, so don't worry. But I am going to take a moment to, make a little something to eat. I'm going to walk the dog and clear my head. Take your time. You have 4 years before she tests. Oh gosh, Mousy and we don't have to be back at 1. Is that it, Juju? No, I'm gonna be here. You know, but you're right. Like you're definitely right. Beck, if I come back at let's see, it's almost quarter of now. How about I take 45 minutes? I'll be back at 12:30, and I'm trying to remember if I have you on Twitter. I'll send you a link, or I'll just pop it in the chat. It doesn't matter. But if you're here at 12:30 and you want to come up and talk for the half hour, we could go over all of the exciting stuff. You can get me all ramped up again. After I calm myself down about what the defense was doing all day, like, because they're really getting me. They're really getting me. Okay, all right, guys. Let me find my other thing here. I am going to put this little playlist on. Mr. Victory's been doing some really great original music with art on his new channel, and I just really am enjoying it. And you guys know I love to promote the creativity of so many people around us in the community, and doing some really great, really great things. Very entertaining, different, So give everybody. Okay. Hold on one second. Let me get this up. I have to play it like a YouTube video here. Let me add it to the screen here. I'm gonna do it just like that, and then I'm gonna mute myself, and I'm going to play it there. But also all of their channels are listed in the description if you want to go and check these guys out. And everybody. And I'm gonna eat and walk the dog, and I'll see you all back in a little bit. I will be back in 45 minutes. A good 30 minutes before they get back. They're due back at 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, just so you all know. All right. Well, Beck and I will be back here at 12:30. We'll do a catch up. Okay.
All right, universe, let's talk about the feeling when everything seems within reach. When love, life, and dreams come together like the sky resting in the palms of your hands. This next track captures that sense of awe and wonder, as if you could hold the whole world, or at least someone's world, in your grasp. It's about those moments when someone makes you feel like you can do anything, be anything, and the sky is no longer the limit. Here's Holding the Sky in Your Hands to take you there. Feel the power of possibility.
Dreams. If I were the moon, I would like for you to be my sky. No distance would divide us. We would always be of one breath and one heart. If I were the moon, I would like for you to be my night. No time would separate us. We would fit perfectly in each other's thoughts and each other's dreams. If I were the moon, I would like for you to be my luminance. No difference would disunite us. We would forever mingle in light and make moonbows together. I would always shine on your heart, full of joy, and you would love me back, making me feel so precious and unique. I would be your silver queen and call you my prince. We would be aware and admiring of each other's magic. No sunset would keep us apart. For in our love, my darling, there would be room only for togetherness and intimacy. Neither you or I would ever cast shade upon our happiness.
in love, you dream dreams that may never come true. You gave me a dream to hold in my heart, and it kept me alive. All of those dreams I dreamed, all of those dreams of you. Since you've been gone, I dream that you've come back to hold me again. Now that you're home, I'm in heaven. All of my dreams have come true. All of those years that I really would let you go free. When you're in love, you dream dreams that may never come true. I dream that I share and dance with the man I have chosen to love. When you're in love with someone who will die for his dreams, all of the dreams that you hold in your heart will come true.
A reading from Bear's Library. Alone, written by Maya Angelou and read by Jay from True Serial.
Lying, thinking. Last night, how to find my soul a home, where water is not thirsty, and a bread loaf is not stone. I came up with one thing, I don't believe I'm wrong, that nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone. Alone, all alone, nobody but nobody can make it out here alone. There are some millionaires with money they can't use. Their wives run around like banshees. Their children sing the blues. They've got expensive doctors to cure their hearts of stone. But nobody, no, nobody can make it out here alone. Alone, all alone, nobody, but nobody can make it out here alone. Now, if you listen closely, I'll tell you what I know. Storm clouds are gathering, the wind is gonna blow. The race of man is suffering, and I can hear the moan, 'cause nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone. Alone, all alone, nobody, but nobody, can make it out here alone.
Thank you for listening. If you enjoy our literature endeavors, please subscribe and ring the bell for future notifications. Those of you who wish to suggest or submit readings and/or art, contact information is in the video description and on the About tab of this channel. Thank you.
Welcome to 197.7 The Victory, where beats and stories collide in a world beyond the ordinary. Today, in the station's debut video, Mr. Victory is going to share with us something very special, the song and artwork of Thunder and Lightning, a fairy tale that he wrote over 10 years ago for his daughter. Back then, it was a story about strength, hope, and magic. But little did he know, this story would find new meaning years later. It happened when he met Amber, and something evolved. The song became more than just a fairy tale. It came to life in ways he could never imagine. This universe was born, a place where the impossible could breathe, and the rhythm of thunder and lightning could guide us through. So without further ado, here is Thunder and Lightning, from a time long ago to the heart of what the universe has become. I hope it brings the same magic and connection that Mr. Victory has found. And Amber, if you are listening, this one is for you.
Where is the light? The dark sky cried. Searching through the storm, where does it hide? Is it dancing with dawn as the earth spins slow, warming the world with a gentle glow? No, set the light with a pulse so bright. Wait for the night when the storm takes flight. Lightning in the sky, wild and free, crashing through the dark with electric glee. Thunder rolls in with a rumble and might. Together they own the chaos of night. No need for day, no need for sun. Lightning and thunder, they are the one. Where is the light? The sky asks more. Do you flicker in the day? What's it all for? But the light just flashed. That's not where I play. I save my spark for the stormy fray. In the heart of the night, in the tempest dance, lightning strikes and thunder takes a chance. Lightning in the sky, wild and free, crashing through the dark with electric glee. Thunder rolls in with a rumble and might. Together they own the chaos of night. No need for day, no need for sun. Lightning and thunder, they are the one. Thunder chases lightning, they never part. One echoes the soul, the other sparks the heart. Through the storm, in the electric flow, lightning and thunder put on the show. Lightning in the sky, wild and free, crashing through the dark with electric glee. Thunder rolls in with a rumble and might. Together they own the chaos of night. No need for day, no need for sun. Lightning and thunder, they are the one. In the pulse of the storm, where silence breaks, lightning and thunder, that's where it takes. Through the storm's temper, in the breaking twilights, they rule the storm, they own the nights. Lightning and thunder, wild and free, crashing through the dark, just wait and see.
The Lark and Her Young Ones. A lark, who had young ones in a field of corn that was almost ripe, was afraid that the reapers would come before her young brood were able to fly. So every day when she flew away to look for food, she told them to remember what they heard in her absence and to tell her about it when she returned. One day she was gone, then heard the farmer say to his son that the corn seemed ripe enough to be cut. He then told him to go early the next day and ask their friends and neighbors to come and help to reap it. When the old lark came home, the little ones, quivering and chirping all around her, told her what had happened and begged her to move them as fast as she could. But the mother reassured them. For, she said, if the farmer depends on his friends and his neighbors, I am sure the corn will not be reaped tomorrow. The next day she went out again and left the same orders as before. The farmer came and waited. The sun grew hot, but nothing was done, for not a soul came to help reap the corn. You see, he said to his son, those friends of ours are not to be depended on. So go to your uncles and cousins and say I wish them to come tomorrow morning and help us to reap. The young ones, in a great fright, reported this to their mother as soon as she returned. Do not be frightened, children, she said. Kindred and relations are not always very quick to help one another, but keep your ears open and let me know what you hear tomorrow. The farmer came the next day, and finding his relations as undependable as his neighbors, said to his son, Now, George, listen to me. Get a couple of good sickles ready for tomorrow morning, for we must reap the corn by ourselves. The young ones told this to their mother. Then, my dears, she said, it is time for us to go indeed. For when a man decides to do his work himself, it isn't likely that he will be disappointed. So she removed her young ones immediately, and the corn was reaped the next day by the old man and his son. The moral of the story is, the surest way to get something done is to do it yourself.
A reading from Bear's Library. The Tiger, William Blake. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burnt the fire of thine eyes? On what wings dare he aspire? What the hand dare seize the fire? And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? What the hammer, what the chain? In what furnace was thy brain? What the anvil, what dread grasp dare its deadly terrors clasp? When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? The end.
Attention please. This is the last call for entry based on the service train 646 en route to Recovene station for convenience stops at Koepsell, Cont, downtown, Exton, Philadelphia, 8th Street return, New Jersey. Passengers from seat 82 track 2. Please remove any travel documents by the end and have the regular schedule picked up. Thank you for choosing Travel. problem. Spot.
All right, color travelers, welcome back. This is DJ Kayla, guiding you through the cosmic swirls of sound, where every pulse brings a new revelation. You ever look at something so striking, like this drawing here? The way the patterns twist and pull is like the currents of our lives. No matter how far you drift, there's always that one place, that one person who's never really left you. Y'all, tonight's track is that feeling captured in melody. Kane Turner's voice dives deep into that void of longing, a soul that's lost and still searching. It's Only You I Find is more than a song. It's a confession of a love you can't forget, no matter how hard you try to run. It's the echo that keeps pulling you back, just like those spirals in the drawing. So get yourself ready and close your eyes. Let yourself fall into it. This is my 197.7 The Victory, where you don't just listen, you feel the loss.
I've been trying to fill this hollow ground, but every step sinks deeper, pulls me down. I meet new faces, searching for your shade, but every breath feels like a memory made. Your colors lingers in each quiet room. In every laugh I hear your voice in bloom. You try to hold me, but it's never right. And warmth fades quickly in the coldest night. You're the one I can't forget. No matter how I try, it's you I can't regret. The space you left, it hurts still. Every road I walk, it bends to your will. The world around me turns, but I stand still. Your memory's a ghost I can't kill. I kiss new lips, but all I taste is air. Each touch reminds me that you're not there. I thought that time would loosen all these ties, but now I see your love never dies. I'm haunted by the pieces left behind. In every heart, it's only you I find. The world around me turns, but I stand still. Your memory's a ghost I can't kill. I kiss new lips, but all I taste is air. Each touch reminds me that you're not there. I thought that time would loosen all these ties, but now I see your love never dies. I'm haunted by the pieces left behind. In every heart, it's only you I find. I tried to move, but you pulled me back. Through every moment, you fill the cracks. You're the one I can't escape. No matter how I twist and shake, you're the one I can't forget. No matter how I try, it's you I can't regret. The space you left, it hurts still. Every road I walk, it bends to your will. No matter how far I run, I know it's true. I can't forget you. Can't forget you.
It ends or it doesn't. It ends or it doesn't. That's what you say. That's how you get through it. The tunnel, the night, the pain, the love. It ends or it doesn't. If the sun never comes up, you find a way to live without it. If they don't come back, you sleep in the middle of the bed. Learn how to make enough coffee for yourself alone. Adapt. Adjust. It ends or it doesn't. It ends or it doesn't. We do not perish.
I don't want to be loved by anyone else but you. I really don't want to be loved by anyone but you. If you tell me that you love me, I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. I've been real. Your body in my arms tonight. I really been dreaming about you in my arms tonight. You tell me that you love me, I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. when I'm kissing you. Oh, I really dream about hugging and kissing you. Oh, yeah. If you tell me that you love me, I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. I don't want to be loved by anyone else but you. Oh, I really don't want to be loved by anyone but you. Oh, yeah. You tell me that you love me, I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. I will love you too. Oh, yeah, I will. Yeah, I will. Oh, yeah, I will.
Hey, Beck. Are you there? Because we're live. I just turned it off. Can you hear me? Hmm? Oh, I think he's busy. Hmm. Beck, can you hear me?
All right.
Hmm? Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Like, thanks for coming on.
Yeah.
That's really cool seeing our friends up there playing, right? Doing original stuff and all.
I know, right? I love
I know.
Mounty. He's such a good guy.
What's not the love? Like big brain, great sense of humor, chef, musician. Like what's not the love?
Yeah, big heart. Yeah.
Big, absolutely big teddy bear heart. Like oh, and he's from Jersey. Like you don't get any better than that. Like you know, just
Is he originally from New York or New Jersey? Is it Jersey?
he's like a South Jersey guy. Like yeah, from what I understand, Philly, Jersey area, like tri-state area, like me. You know, I've always
Yeah.
lived in Jersey, but like we work and everything, like Philly, New York, like you know, all over. East Coast is East Coast. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
I grew up like Northeast and lived there, lived in upstate New York and eastern Pennsylvania, middle of Pennsylvania. Yeah. West Virginia, Ohio. I've lived everywhere. I lived in Rhode
Mhm.
Island for a few months.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and yeah, and I knew you would love Chris Durham's channel. Like that's why I put the link. And by the way, guys, all the stuff I played today, there's links there for Wilding Darling, who does poetry reads, some original, some of other people. She does small poetry writers everywhere. Really
Awesome.
nice creative stuff. I had to throw my own stuff in there as a filler. I'm not trying to be a big head or anything, but everybody knows I'm a geek. I'm a nerd. Like my reads are my favorite. I don't care. I get 12 views and I'm over the moon. Like I don't care. I don't care. I'm like, what? What? You want to listen to me read Blake? Hot damn! Let me go get some Tiger. Like, I'm excited. But I'm a big dork that way. But like everybody knows that because I'm doing like Douglas Adams Hitchhiker series now, and I'm having a blast. You know, Monte's
Right.
been reading for that too. Like, damn, he's got the most popular read out there right now. He just did chapter 20, and then
Who is it?
Mate.
Oh, Mouty.
Yeah, Mouty, Chris, whatever. Like, all right.
Well, I mean, I think it's pronounced Mouty, but I don't know.
I
could
don't
be
know. Don't like everybody's gonna start on my accent again. I can't help it. Like whatever. Chris. Okay, Chris. You know the tall
Yeah,
guy.
Chris.
You know,
Yeah, Chris.
the tall guy. Tall guy, with
the
bass guitar.
The
guy with the
guy
bass.
with the bass. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I knew that was him when I saw it. I was like, wait, I know that guy. I think because of the way his bass looks, it's very distinct.
Yeah,
You know?
it is. Because he
Yeah,
does
he's got
improv and he loves like he's got that old school like he does improvisational like Chris and like
yeah.
Durham's music channel with the piano. And Mr. Victory, that was all original. He does the music, and he did the creative AI art for his stuff on his new channel 197.7. Mr. Victory, who is also fantastic. And I tried to play the guys I know that do covers like Liam in the chat and MC Record, but YouTube gave me a really big boo like last week when the other day when I did that. They were just like they just pulled it out of the algorithm. I mean, they were gonna anyway. Trials are like 8-hour long streams. Like they go promote that crap, but I don't care. Like it's important to get it out there. So what have you been doing? What have you been doing with your channel? Anything?
I have not done anything. I got sick of all the toxicity, and I had somebody like take something I did and make it into something else it was not. And then they ran around telling everybody that I was being a transphobe. Isn't that funny?
What?
That I was picking on a trans person. Yeah, I was being mean to a trans person.
No,
so
you were
that
being
happened.
mean to a person, and trans wasn't even part of it. Like I mean, they just sentence needs editing. Like, what's this person's problem? Just
because I was picking on someone in the chat who doxed a trans person with their old dead name and everything, but I was picking on him, and then they got on me and said that I was being disrespectful to the person who got doxed.
Listen, this
and I was like, I didn't know there was a rule not to use his name in the chat. Like you just told me. How am I in trouble already? And then next thing I know, I got somebody who's got some kind of power. I don't know why in the fucking atheist community. And so she went around and told everybody I was a piece of shit. And then I told everybody, all my friends in that part of the community what had happened, and they all kept platforming her and supporting her. So I unsubscribed from absolutely everybody. You're one of 5 people I have kept. Like I literally unsubscribed.
Oh, because I don't do any of that stuff. Like
I know you don't. You're really cool. You dealt with my mental health shit. You were patient with me when I was on that crazy medication that made me psycho, and you like showed me love and forgiveness, and they did not. They just they don't even care. I checked my Twitter just now. I haven't looked at it in months, and nobody's messaged me and said, "Hey, how you doing, Beck?" You're the only one that's asked me.
Yeah, but I don't do drama. You know that. Like, I'm
exactly.
Like, okay. Like, you know me. Like you've been in my Discord. It's all like, all right, y'all, play nice, act like adults, or like don't make it. What do I always say? Don't make it my problem, because I will take care of it. Like, do not make it my problem.
Yeah,
I'll send you all to your damn rooms. Like, I don't care. My problem. Y'all go into your rooms. That's it. Like, I'm not dealing with it because I don't do it. I mean, I have my own hater group. You know that. I've had it since I've been out.
Oh yeah, we all do.
And it's just like people just don't like it. Like they call me a fence sitter. They say, "Oh yeah, you don't stick up for this. You don't stick up." That's right. I don't. Because when you're all wrong, you're all wrong. You can't make me weigh in when there's mess. Like, I'm not weighing in when there's mess, because you know what? You get into the mess, you just get dirty. You go in there,
exactly.
throw in mud, you just get there. Why the hell would I pride myself on my opinion. You're not getting it unless there's a real issue. Period. Like that.
Liam
like,
said,
no.
Wait, Beck isn't still psycho? Disappointed.
I know. Like, really like, he's just,
I love you, Liam.
No, Liam, he's the good kind of psycho now. He's the fun, good psycho now. Like,
I am.
That we all are. Yeah, we all are
like,
a little bit like that.
Back to my old self I was like 2 decades ago. Like I'm happy and I'm chill and I'm not stressed, and I'm so glad I got this new psychiatrist. Like she has really fixed my meds, and I feel so much better, Bear. I'm swear it's been decades since I felt this good.
Yeah, it's all we can do is just identify our own issues and take care of ourselves. Like whatever that looks like to anybody, whether it be therapy or just time alone or just refocusing on ourselves. That's our primary responsibility as adults in this world. I don't know why more people don't get it. Like, don't make it. People tend to make it everybody else's problem, like what they feel their butt hurt about, what their hurt like fifis about, like their strong opinions on this and that. I'm all for everybody having a voice. Just don't tell me what mine is supposed to sound like.
Right. Thank you. Oh, I like how you said that, Bear. I
No, I
really
think
like
it
how you
on
said
purpose
that.
because how they pick on my accent changing all the time. I'm just
No,
like one
but
of
you're
those
right.
people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you nailed it. You're absolutely right. And that's everybody wants everybody to conform to their stuff. And I've never been like that. Like anybody that's ever hung out on my channel, I don't care. People, be yourself. Just don't be an asshole to people. Don't be a dick.
Exactly.
That was my
Exactly.
only rule. Like you don't dox anybody.
Mhm.
Don't, no name slinging for unnecessary crap or anything like that. And people always got along on my channel just like they do on yours. Cause I didn't dog
Well, what they
anybody
do,
out. I
I
didn't
have
pick
pretty
on
strict
them.
rules. We
Yeah.
don't mention any other creators unless it's in a positive light. I do support a lot of small creators. Like I am
You
into
do.
the creative community, and I have been blessed with being welcomed in so many different communities, like without everywhere. And that's why, when I hit, like, surprisingly enough, Beck, like I got a whole bunch of trouble and I disappeared for a couple of days and I came back. And apparently people missed me because all of a sudden whatever I was covering like took off. So I happened to get 5K subs and I'm like, what? Like I never thought that would ever happen. But instead of like
Right.
saying, oh yeah, that's great, it's all me, I want to honor all the people that welcomed me to have a voice out here. Like, I want everybody to come and talk about their channels and what they're doing because they're all so different. There's the atheist community, there is our LGBTQ advocacy, community, and there's the there's the trans community, which of course is as a cis woman here with a mic and nothing else to say about it. Like I'm not really part of it, but it's not like I don't support. Like it's part of everything else. Like
I can't
freedom.
even be part of that community now because the person who screwed me over is one of the main members of that community.
Yeah, but see, like that's what I don't like about all this kind of stuff.
See,
like
that's-
communities are not supposed to be gated. These are not gated communities. This is YouTube.
Yeah, they're not.
This is a
Yeah, there
public
should be no
platform.
gatekeeping. There should have been a conversation, which I tried. I said, hey, let's talk about this, face to face instead of typing shit through Twitter because you lose stuff in translation. And I hate that. And I was told to screw off, but in ruder language. And then I said, okay, that's fine. I'm done. And then I realized that everybody's still platforming her. And I'm like, so when something against trans or something happens to the trans women in the community, they're all they got backing. But when it happens to me, nobody cared. So I left the community. I just realized I don't have any friends there. So
you know what? But that issue is not just selective to that community. Like I don't know. Like I don't really talk about it. But there's been a whole like campaign against me for like a really long time. Like for whatever reason, I don't know. But
I've had friends of mine say bad things about you, and I've
Yeah.
told them
But-
that I like you and not to say it to me.
and they can say whatever they want, but here's what I have to say about that. They're like, why aren't you out there defending yourself? Because the one thing I do subscribe to is like, you make the claim, you defend it. If I think it's bullshit, I got nothing to say. So obviously,
Right. What?
I
Why
don't
defend
actually
something
think
that's
there's
not
anything
true?
to defend
Yeah.
because most people don't like me because of who was around me. And I do realize that we do take some responsibility for the people we hang out with and with our little group and whatever. But what do I know? I've just never been one to judge people by other people's actions. And I expect not to be judged by other people's actions because almost everything that they actually are out there saying about me, you can tie to what somebody else did. And I'm like, Look, I don't blame you for the guy down the street. Though I don't care what anybody else. That's for you to deal with them. Be a grown up. Put your big girl panties on. Go over there and talk to them because I got nothing to say to you. That's what they did. Okay. I'm not supporting it. I'm not out here advocating for it. I'm not like out here with a drum and a horn saying they're so great. Like you don't see me do that. Do you, Beck? Have you ever seen me do that?
No.
About any of it? Like, no.
No.
So
not
like,
the shit they're taught. I haven't seen anything that led me to believe that you've done anything wrong.
No, I'm an asshole. I admit it. I do.
No, you're honest. People just call it an asshole because they don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, but I don't really care about their feelings either, so I could be a little insensitive. Like
Touché.
you come at me like that, and I'm just like, yeah, right. Like, yes, like no,
Yeah.
I'm not.
I'm the same way.
Yeah, like I burped my babies. Could you move on? Like I'm done. Like
Yeah, exactly.
go away. Like
That's
I
like
can
my
do it.
friends. My friends are like, because I'm like, oh, I'm never gonna, I'm an old white chubby trans guy. Like, I'm never gonna find anybody, And they're like, hey, the younger women these days, they don't care, And I'm like, I can't date somebody in their 20s. My child is
But you know what?
33.
Don't say that, because like I have to tell you, you will find love in the most unexpected places. I have learned
But
that
is it?
don't
But
ever
is
count
that
yourself out.
wrong? That feels wrong to
No,
me.
if it feels wrong if you're not interested in the mindset of a 25-year-old, but you might meet a 25-year-old that acts like a 60-year-old for all you know. Like
Yeah,
what I'm
touche.
saying is, like, don't put yourself in a box before you have to. Like, that's what it sounds like you're doing. But that's just my opinion. And you didn't ask for it, so I'm sorry. But I'm just saying, don't limit your options ahead of the time, because
Yeah.
that's what it's all about. You never know. Like if
Yeah,
you're
you're
actually
right.
going to say what a person is like before you actually talk to them, like, what does age? I'm a big advocacy right now. I learned my lesson the hard way. Age doesn't matter. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
seriously,
You're right.
and it doesn't. To me, like, you could fall in love with somebody from the opposite religion. You could fall in love with somebody in another country, speaking a foreign language. Like, you never know. Like, the
Yeah.
heart wants what the heart wants, and interest peaks where interest peaks. In by putting fences around things, you just cut off your options
You know what?
the truth.
You're right. Highlight that message Juju just put up, because that's exactly what you just said. She was typing it as you said it.
Uh-huh.
Don't dismiss
No,
opportunities before they even occur. Touche. Miss
exactly,
Juju.
because you're only hurting yourself. Hello, Kelly. How are you?
Hi, Kelly.
Kelly, this is Beck.
Hello.
Beck, this is Kelly, and I'm gonna bring it up like our little thing so we don't miss it here, just to make sure.
Yeah, because we will
Like,
start talking and go right past the time. Yeah.
Oh, believe me,
Yeah.
Kelly is well versed in the Claire. Like, this is how I meet Kelly. Claire, would you like to come talk for a little bit, like 30 minutes or so with me? 4.5 hours later, in a month of editing, she has to do because she invited me on her podcast. It was like, oh my, like, and it's
Yeah,
been
we
that
get
way
pretty
every
gabby.
conversation. Yeah, we do. My friend Juju and I are like that too. You give us one subject, and it's like 90 minutes later, and we're on like the 17th subject. It's like, I'm a talker, I admit it. I wake up talking, I go to sleep talking, and I talk in my sleep. Like, I talk nonstop.
Oh,
It's the most annoying, and I know it about myself. I'm annoying. I'm annoying AF when it comes to that. Like, definitely. Hey, Shill, thank you so much for the
Aw,
sticker. Like,
that was nice, Shill.
coffee for us
Hey,
all. That was awesome. Yeah.
speaking of this
no, a
crazy
juice box.
suitcase, speaking of this crazy suitcase murder trial we're talking about, why do you think, Bear, she wanted to see, and then I'll ask Kelly, she wanted to see the suitcase before she testified? What is your opinion?
Because they got nothing. Because they got nothing. That's
I think
why.
it has something to do with
Because
the
they
zipper.
need to examine the suitcase.
I think she wants to examine the zipper.
I think
If it
definitely
was
she
broken
wants.
somehow.
She does.
And whether it's waterproof or not.
Mm-hmm.
What does waterproof have to matter? Like, why?
The amount of oxygen that transfers through the lining of the suitcase.
It doesn't matter because, okay, no matter what they find in that suitcase, it could be the buckle. I think they're looking for ways that he could have got the injuries besides the fact that now it looks like she didn't just hit his knuckles like she said, that she took that bat and actually beat that suitcase with it.
Tarnation
Because
out of him,
those
yeah.
are the injuries that are presenting. And even though the ME didn't say, yes, that's what happened, they said it is possible that these injuries are from this, or it could be this. They're going to try to eliminate those possibilities in the jury because those were strong statements. Also, the image of the CSI actually doing the zipper and the zipper not moving very well, contrary to everything that Sarah said. But here's the risk that I see. And you guys tell me what you think. And you in the chat too, guys, chime in. If she goes there and tries to support her statements in the original investigation interview, to where she said, I left him enough room. That zipper was easy to open, blah, blah, blah. How does that help her battered spouse syndrome defense, where she's in total fear that he's going to get out of that suitcase and beat her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a contradiction.
It's a walking Boone is what it is. It's got a whole name of itself now. It's a freaking boom bomb is what it is. Like, I'm laying odds which Boone actually shows up to testify today. Like, which one? You know,
Right? It's a roll of the dice. Well,
I
Anna, they
don't
did
know what
say.
happened. Yeah.
Anna, they did say in previous testimony or statements or something that the zipper was broken on the suitcase. So I don't know if she's going to use that as an excuse, like, oh, I thought he could get out because his fingers were out. I didn't know the zipper was broke. That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, let me explain that part about the part of the zipper. You know how on a zipper they got the pull tab, right, with the little hole like in it, right? Well, when that breaks off, right, you could put a paper clip, like she said she did, in the actual tab of the zipper, like in the hole of the zipper to pull it. Okay, and replace the pull tab. But does that always work? No, because the pull tab came off, of course, that little pull tab is now not situated perfectly right between the two pieces anymore, is it? You know, because of design. So it's gonna jam. We all have zippers like that. Your favorite pair of jeans, you know, a purse, something. We've all lost a pull tab on a zipper. Like, so we all know
that's
what
still no
we're
excuse
doing.
for her going to bed and leaving him in the fucking suitcase screaming for help.
Exactly. Like, you know, I left him 2 fingers worth, but oh my God, I got terrified when 3 fingers came out of the suitcase. Like, I know I'm being sarcastic, but like, I don't mean to victim shame here, but don't pull this contradictory, it is this, but then it's this. No, it's that with me and think I'm going to think you're credible at all. Like, I don't find her credible at all. And I've actually lost patience for whatever her delusional disorder is. I don't know what it is.
Right.
They need to come up with the, what is it, the M5 or whatever. They need to come up with a new term for her.
Liam has a good point, though. You can also use that paper clip to tie the 2 zipper pulls together so someone can't get out.
Yeah, it could be a lock.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And wouldn't it be funny if they have a picture of that? But I'm sure we would have saw it if they did. Like, I'm sure the
she would have had to take it off to get him out of the suitcase. She took him out of the suitcase before they got there. She would have had to remove the paperclip anyways.
Exactly.
I mean, if she did indeed lock him in there with it, she could have. She absolutely could have. And he still could have got a finger or 2 out. You know?
Oh,
She's psycho.
hey. Hi, Clockwork Ricks. How you doing? Nice to see you back.
Jen said she's going to have to perjure herself because she's told so many different stories.
I know. No matter what story she tells, it's perjuring another way.
You understand. She already has perjured herself, and they actually said it in the motion to suppress hearing. And they actually told her straight out that they would be using that testimony today in rebuttal.
Oh, shit.
That's already in the filings. We've talked about that like a couple of times during my updates, and the state's ready. We saw that today. They got a long list of what defense hasn't done that the judge actually ordered them to do, and they haven't done yet, and yet they want to present this evidence. And even, like, how frustrating is that? Owens is actually up there whining and whinging about the fact that he normally presents his defense witness at the end, but because of this defense that we're using, but he doesn't say because of the defense we're using, because of your order, which is lawful how the defense has to be laid out in Florida, not Judge Kraynick just being a meanie. You can't have it your way because Judge Kraynick being a meanie. No, that's the law, Mr. Lawyer, that you should know. But anyway, like he's supposed to do the overt act. But here's the thing. The overt act is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It actually causes more of a problem for her defense than it does help. Because the overt act that Tony Henderson actually came out and told the court during the hearing was him poking his fingers through the hole that she left, which she swears up and down is the reason she's not responsible for his death, because he could get out. Because she made sure he could get out. Because that's
Juju. Yeah. Juju, she went to bed while he was yelling for help and woke up and got up the next morning and then said, "Oh, he's dead."
No,
that's what she did.
You know what my theory
filmed
is?
her taunting him when he was struggling to breathe.
You know,
yeah, we saw that.
You know what my theory is? What really makes sense here, taking all of the information into consideration, the fact that she does have some type of BSS because she is a victim of a contentious relationship, whether she contributed or not. She's not innocent. Don't get me wrong. She's not like a victim, but not all victims are pristine. Okay, she's contributing
no.
to the cycle of abuse, and I get that, but she did experience some abuse, in some contentiousness, in some volatility
Certainly.
here. Absolutely. So here's my theory. All of that is going on. She used this as retaliation. They were upstairs. She said they were having nicey nice. I think he was too drunk to do nicey nice, and she got pissed off. I think that she punished him and said, "Get in this suitcase. I want to play a game, and you owe me because whatever." And
Well, and the fact that there were no injuries on her body.
not a one, not a
Battered
single one.
claim.
Okay, so she puts him in the suitcase. He's laughing. They think it's funny. She zips it up. She drops it down the staircase. Okay, she's going to be in trouble now, right? He's drunk.
I mean, that's so dangerous. Like, she could have cracked his neck or something doing that.
She could have, but he's alive, and he starts complaining about it. This is all before the video, right? She continues to drink. Then she just gets, okay, well, she knows she's in trouble, so she sits.
She's just having a solo party with that Woodbridge wine.
Right, exactly. She keeps drinking, and she's now in her moment. She's got her solo party. He's contained. He can't do anything. Payback time. Okay. So then, though, he gets a little more aggressive, and she gets like, okay. And then she realizes that he came and then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase. So she gets mad, and she goes over there, and she hits the suitcase. Stay in that suitcase. Like, this is what you do to me. This is whatever. But not in fear that he's going to get out and hurt her, but in fear of, I'm going to have to answer for what I just did to him. You know what I mean? Like, he's got something against me now, kind of stuff. And I really think that that's what happened. And I also think that after that, and she flipped that suitcase over, I think he was gone pretty certain after that. And I truly believe that when Sarah climbed those stairs to go to bed, she already knew George was dead.
I agree. I think she knew he was dead.
I think she knew he was dead, because how do you have imminent fear of somebody retaliating on your butt and walk upstairs and go to sleep? That is not even within the realms of BSS abnormal thinking, because BSS thinking is more of the imminent threat. That's all you're worried about. Like what happened before, you're in that cycle. Well, not ever before did you like, oh, well, he's really not going to beat me. I'll just go upstairs and go to sleep. Like it's all over with. The only way it could all be over with is if she resolved the issue. So she either was absolutely positive he couldn't get out of that suitcase, or he was already dead.
Yes.
I bet she didn't sleep. I bet she spent the night looking up different mental health conditions that she could use as an excuse.
No. That's what I was curious. If they would have met like someone doing Google searches.
I think that's what she spent all morning doing, but I know she was too drunk to be awake much. Like she went upstairs.
Because I think she was looking up intent, and that's why I think she was trying to go for involuntary manslaughter.
She said
it wasn't intentional. It wasn't intentional.
She said the word intent so often that I know she read the statute. Like I know it. Like you can hear it coming out of her. Like you can't get me because there's no intent. Well, there was maliciousness. Like we got the video. Maybe you should have deleted this.
Maybe you should have checked your photo stream.
Yeah.
Just to see what you were up to.
Yeah. That's a good point, Juju. That would be great if she did something stupid to Google it and then they find it on her phone.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Except if she goes, I can't laptop. I don't know how to do that. Like, but she wanted the laptop back because that's what her son uses. Yeah, she was really angry in that interview because like she went down the list of what she wanted and they were like, nope, we don't care who you call. We don't care.
She
like,
got pretty heated.
Yeah, she
really
did. What do you mean I can't have the laptop? Nope. What do you mean I can't have the phone? Nope. What about his wedding ring? It's not yours. He's wearing it.
What is she?
Everything goes to the family.
Oh my God.
What are his funeral arrangements? We don't know. That's up to his family. Like that's not for us to disclose to you anyway. Like you're his girlfriend, ain't a suspect.
You're not a widow.
Yeah, you're not his wife. They said he was married twice and he was wearing a wedding ring. And I guess maybe she gave that to him, some kind of symbolism. I don't know, but she wanted it back. She seemed annoyed that she was not going to get it back from the family. I'm wondering if it was his old wedding ring.
The family hates me. I wonder why.
Gee, I don't know. Maybe because you're an abusive psycho murderer.
Yeah.
Could it be
Please,
December
Sarah,
when you
come to
sent that?
Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Could it be December when you sent that text that you were going to get rid of him?
Yeah.
And what's that text about hide and seek a couple of months before?
Very strange.
I just think she was drunk and dumb, combined with being an asshole that occurred. And then her ego sunk her, thinking she could talk her way out of it. You know what? I think there's a little more little more than drunk and dumb there. I do think she's spiteful. I do think she was vengeful. I actually think that perhaps part of the scenario to why things went so bad that night was, remember all the stories in the, like, remember some of her conversation with the in the investigation at the Orange County Sheriff's Office on the last day before arrest. During that interview, she was saying how great he was doing. He's taking classes for anger management. He's dealing. He doesn't want to be dealing with the drink. Like, he needs to get off this cycle with the drinking. Part of that education is taking responsibility for surrounding yourself with people that actually contributed to it and taking a good look to the habits that you're forming. Perhaps George was going to be calling for a break. Did anybody think about that? Can you imagine a person like Sarah Boone being told, "You're not good for me, babe. I need to walk away for a little bit and get stronger and make my own
Right.
decisions." Like,
I wouldn't be
and
surprised if
especially
she
this
tries to get
control
the
freak.
judge. I wouldn't be surprised if she
Mhm.
tries to get the judge to let her go to the funeral.
I
Some
wonder if
fucked up
she did.
thing.
I have to go back and look now. I have to go back and look. She did get arrested before. All right. But I'm thinking, like, can you imagine, like, somebody like that who's in an interview saying, "I'm the best thing that ever happened to him. I'm so good for him." His parole officer even told me that. I'm like, yeah, we had a 45-minute. Who goes through that length to convince you people that you're so good for a person, unless that person just told you that you're not? That's what I'm thinking. Like, that's what's in her head, because she has to prove it's not true, because that's how upset she is about it. Because I do believe that Jorge Torres had family that were trying to tell him he was in a cycle that wasn't good for him, and if he was ever going to change his life, he needed to walk away from Sarah Boone.
Yeah, he did. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I can just, maybe I'm making, I'm a good storyteller, so I could just be, I am making all these up. It's just from, like, all these, like, inferences I get with everything that's been said, but that's how it plays out in my mind. And Juju, you have to tell me, is that not a better Hallmark story? It's a little dark. We could call it Dark Hallmark.
Dark Mark. Just Dark Mark.
I think
Dark
this is
Mark.
a story more suited for Lifetime.
Yeah. Yes, Lifetime, and how it shouldn't go, but we got to do better. Because,
Yes.
doesn't that make sense? She would go crazy if he was leaving her, and she would probably pick up that bag.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe that he said something about it during all this. Who knows?
He could
Yeah,
have, yeah.
The prosecution went to go with, like, just the facts. But if I was on the prosecution team, damn, would I tell a good story in opening? That would have been my story. They would be like, "Damn, Sarah, you're done for." You're done. And, like, even if I was on the defense team, I think, like, we could have sold that. Like, out of my mind, like, I would actually go for, like, mentally incapable to be responsible for my actions at the time, because I actually think that's the situation she was in. That's a better defense than BSS, because
Yes,
she's
although being drunk is not a defense because it's a voluntary action to drink alcohol.
No, but being emotionally distraught and having a psychotic break is, and that doesn't involve drinking. The drinking can actually contribute to it. The long-term alcohol abuse could contribute to the psychotic break, and why she couldn't deal with the fact that George was going to dump her and she was just going to have to be by herself, and Brian's already squawking about, "If you ain't going to take care of the kid, I'm not paying alimony anymore."
I'm
Like,
paying the electric bill. Like, goodness. Brian is a saint.
No, he's not. He actually needs some help. He's a willing victim in this case. He is letting that woman abuse him. Okay, I mean, that's what I see. He is letting that woman
I
abuse
think
him.
he's.
For what
I
reason?
think he
I don't know.
probably was putting up with it maybe for the well-being of his child, but
Yeah, but now he sees that the
seriously,
child
yeah.
doesn't. The child is recognizing there's issues with mom. The child has said they don't want to hang with mom. Brian
I'm so
testified
glad Sarah
that the
Boone is not my
child didn't
mom.
want to stay over there. Yeah.
Wait a
Like,
minute. She has a child. She's a mother?
yes, the child is like 10, 11.
Holy
Like, yeah.
fuck.
And that's when her alcoholism started. Brian had given information to the investigators that she started drinking as soon as the child was born. Like, Sarah cannot handle any kind of competition. Did you not know she's the most beautiful, smartest person in the room? Like,
No.
you know?
Beautiful?
Obviously.
Butterface.
Obviously,
She doesn't
everyone
even
wants
need a
her.
glam squad.
No,
She's
she doesn't.
gorgeous.
She's gorgeous all by herself.
She's
She
like the
stapled
Cindy Crawford defendant.
Beck. She takes a stapler to her uniform to make sure that it's bigger, flattering in the prison.
What?
Oh, yeah,
No, I
tailoring.
kid you not. You know me, I'm all about the facts. I actually read that in black and white in the prison report.
She took a stapler to her prison uniform so it was more form-fitting.
That's right, because she wears a small, but she wants it to fit like
I
an
would
extra
not
small.
trust that woman with a stapler.
No, they took it away. She's the contraband queen over there in
She
Ocean County
is.
Prison. Let me tell you, between the
Jesus
cheese and
Christ.
the extra pens and the staples and the full sleeves of like cups and stuff and like the extra napkins and
Sounds
taking
like
the
she's a
space in
thief to
everybody
me.
else's lockers. She is. She's a klepto thief as far as this stuff. Everything's hers. Just Kelly and I were joking yesterday that she's the kind of person that steals all the condiments in the restaurant from the table, you know, because she does. Because she does.
There you go. Tony's got a good
She-
story started there, Bear.
Yeah.
Yeah,
listen.
I was just reading that.
What if he got the suitcase out to pack his stuff and leave, and she said he needed a bigger case because he couldn't get it? Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but that's possible. This is
I don't think
possible.
they were
Maybe he was packing.
together. I don't think I'm reading Anna's comment. I don't think they were together long enough for common law marriage. I think that's 10 years. I don't think
Well,
they were
in
together
Yeah.
Virginia, it used to
Well,
be
so- well,
it used to
in-
be 7 years in Virginia.
Yeah, it used to be 7
think
here
that
in
was
New Jersey
common
too, but
law.
I don't know what it is now. We'll have to look that up. But they have been living together. In Brian Boone said that they got the divorce in 2017. And so they've been together, she said, you know, what, a few years now, right? Like four. See, it doesn't make any sense. Like in 2019,
Oh,
they would have been
interesting.
together 2
Florida does not recognize common law marriages
I was
anymore.
just about to read that out, Kelly. Yep, it said since
Aw.
1968 they stopped doing it.
Okay, good.
Interesting.
That's
So they
kind
were
of good
not.
for George.
Yeah, they were just
they're not
shacking up.
married.
There's no.
They're-
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
they
and
were
they-
drinking
and-
buddies.
And they met before the divorce was final, that we know. And they've been together about 2 years plus when he died. Because he died in 2019, right? I think 2020. No, 2020.
Mhm.
So they've been together almost 3 years or more.
I would
4
love to hear
years.
She
the
may have
phone
been running a
conversation.
business in jail. I know when I was in camp, I would use my money to get candy and then sell it to other campers for like a little bit less.
You wonder how much a packet of salt goes for, like in the jail. Really. Come on.
Oh my God.
Because you got to pay for those extra Pop Tarts, Kelly. So you got to make a living, you know.
Oh yeah, I
Because
wonder
there's a
what
lot
type
of
part she likes.
there's a lot of reporting back and forth in her complaining that Brian wasn't paying for commissary for her to get an extra hot meal or extra goodies like that. And I'm thinking, woman, you're divorced from him, and you're on trial for murder. What does he owe you? Seriously.
Like, look, the fact that she is friends, I put up quotation marks, with her ex, he's the first person she calls. She has abused him too and is still manipulating him to this day, I guarantee you.
Yeah, but I really think he's an active participant in that. There's something that he gets out of it. Did you see his testimony?
Well,
Like,
she's
there's
probably
no
screwing him or
something there.
something. Who knows?
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think he's that crazy. But like, I
Well-
just think there's something there. I don't know if it that he
They
feels
do have
bad
a
for her.
strange relationship. Very strange.
Yeah.
I don't know the proper the proper terminology for it, but I'm thinking along the lines of broken person syndrome, where you think you're you feel for somebody that they're just so much has happened to them and they're just so wrong and they're just no right, and you just make excuses for all their bad behavior based on what you know of their history, like broken person syndrome. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like you
Right.
overly justify everything that they're doing, and I think that's the situation Brian might be in. To be honest,
Actually,
we're back on the record, guys. I think. Oh wait, did he just?
Yeah, I see
wait.
movement.
Oh,
Juju,
it just showed us.
Juju, there's 17 states that recognize common law marriage.
Cool. Are you
Yeah, I didn't even know there
Googling
was that
big?
many.
Yep. I just know it's not all of them. You know.
No, yeah.
Hey, Mandy.
I thought it was like 5.
They were due back at 1, Mandy, but I didn't re-text you because they didn't come. They didn't actually start talking yet. So we're just sitting here gabbing. You know, I was going to tell you when he actually called them in, but he's not yet. Although we just saw him, he's sitting at the bench. But do you? All right, let's lay odds. Okay, everybody in the chat, just a Y for yes and an in for no. Do you think Sarah Boone is actually going to testify this afternoon?
Yes.
What do you
Yes,
think, Kelly?
I think so. I'm manifesting it. One
And
to
I
get
think she's going to,
started.
yeah, I think she's going to ruin her whole case doing it, too. It's not that
I'm
she really
with
has
Mandy.
one.
I'm with Mandy. I think Owens and Beck and Henderson have been huddling this whole time, and Sarah's all gung-ho for it. I know it. She's looking at the suitcase. She's doing everything. They're doing everything that she wants. And they're all over there quivering, trying to figure out how to keep her off the stand for the rest of the day. I know it. The defense has been throwing everything, every delay you can think of today at them. You know, like, hey, don't be surprised if they walk in with a motion to dismiss for some stupid violation of some stupid thing somewhere that has to be dealt with before she can testify. Because
that'll probably happen. That often happens in between the state
they
and
already
the
did.
defense. But yeah,
they did the acquittal one already this morning. Kevin Beck went up there and said, actually, you can't even prove it's murder. Like, and they were like, "Oh yes, we can," and we did. Like, you've been on this since the beginning, and this has been done and dusted.
She's
like,
back. She's not smirking.
Oh boy. She did give a little smirk, like when they were. You know what? You're right,
Turned
Kelly.
around, yeah.
This prison guard, is all of us. She just the way she looks at Sarah.
She is.
It's
Her
just like,
demeanor
I
is
feel
just.
you.
I'm so
feel
over this
you.
woman.
Like, it's just like, my.
Juju said she fixed her hair.
She
so
fixed
she
her
thinks she's getting on
hair.
the
Juju
stand.
says she's getting on the stand. Yeah.
Remember in the
Exactly.
Taylor's
Yeah,
the
she is.
business trial where Taylor would have to wear that like spit guard?
Oh.
Say again, Kelly.
I don't know if you
Yeah, but
watched the
isn't she
Taylor's
the one that
business
attacked
trial in
people?
Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Well, she was
But didn't
attacking
she
attacking
attack
her
people?
attorney. Yeah.
We're back on the record. Case number
Here we go.
2020-2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
State got strong on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this minute.
County Henderson from Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be standing when our jury enters. She is in custody but out of any restraints. As she is
All right,
testifying
Bear, I'm taking off.
first, once we
Bye.
bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be
Okay.
sworn in
Thank
front
you,
of the
Beck, for
jury.
coming up.
State, we're ready to bring in our panel.
Yes, Your Honor, I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just so that a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
I knew it. Issues.
Number
Here we
one,
go.
Kevin Beck is working laundry.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay, response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person. I believe that's the law.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Colin.
I knew that was coming. I was like, it's the law, dude. You can't argue with the law.
760-761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of Jorge Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat?
Single regularly usually isn't.
To some degree, you have to understand the history of Jorge Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when Jorge Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be allowed in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by his state of intoxication, coupled with his overt act, created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain Jorge Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase, because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
there's an overt act committed by Jorge Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video was because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years. And there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. And we've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that. You pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you. I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kraynick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to the testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Let her do it.
But if she testifies that she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
Judge, she hasn't testified. She hasn't testified.
Right,
Dr.
so
Harper
let her.
testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified.
No, but
about
she has
the
answered all the experts'
She had
questions so they can make their
consultations,
determination.
evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not reported. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment.
Well, of
But it's
course
up
you
to
do.
Sarah to
He's
tell the
right.
truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's
She does have an obligation to tell the truth, and she hasn't for 4.5 years. You can't change your
To
testimony.
the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts vis-a-vis he got the wine, and I know what happens when he gets it, and everything that follows from that. Those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done.
Yeah.
You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, etc., as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction, 3.6F, identifies it being an objective standard, and the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. And Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated, the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is the law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Anything else?
So it's Boone pushing this. Did you hear him just
Yeah.
ask?
Anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct?
Because that's the law.
Do
you
wanna
understand
use
that?
this defense, you
Okay.
got to use the law.
Anything
and
else,
go
State?
through this defense.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
I have a, Juju. I have a crush on him too. Just don't, like, when you hook up with George Kraynick, please invite me for dinner. Please. Like, I'll be good. I promise. I can't make a move on the judge, I'm committed, but Juju, like, just invite me for dinner. Oh my gosh. This man is amazing. This man is amazing. Yeah. He is, I can't believe, you know what's frustrating? He actually has to educate the defense lawyer who wants to use this defense on the law in regards to this defense. Cut me a break, like, really.
Yeah, and we went over it. We went over it this morning.
But did you hear him talk to Sarah? Sarah's the one pushing this. Like, he wants to make sure she doesn't repeatedly get objected to while she's doing her narrative because she can't control herself. This is what's going to happen.
State, you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
This is going to be
Defense, you
wild.
recognize our jury? All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, the state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please sworn. Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
And then you can take a seat. And if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Well, we should have come up with a drinking game of some
Sarah
kind.
Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old. 3 or 4.
Wait, this isn't narrative.
And
doing
from that
question
time, y'all
This is
moved,
different
you and your
than this.
family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. You all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be,
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Miss Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
All right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet Jorge Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met Jorge Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met Jorge Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was, strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours. From when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very, very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian,
Yes.
and then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Water Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home. And I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
That's right, because if you let her talk about the whole day and she talks about how she felt about prior things or her reaction to stuff because of other stuff, it's not going to work. Like, we need overt act, dude. Overt act. Like, this is, yeah. You know what? I agree with Tony. It's a suitcase murder trial. Like she really had it out for that suitcase. Maybe that would have been a better defense.
Her smirk is terrifying to me.
It is. You know what? There's something very crafty about her right now. Is anybody
Look
else
at
watching
her?
Are you watching her facial expressions? I'm like cracking
Yes.
myself up. When she goes to talk and you could see her thinking, she's rolling her eyes up in the head, like, what's the best way to say, like, and then she's rapidly blinking too, which is somebody who knows they're getting into hot water or very, very nervous. What is she?
Objection's overruled for now.
I would be nervous. Though. I would be nervous.
I would be too.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech. Let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs, February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs and I went downstairs and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night?
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean?
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right. Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now I know at some times y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a Lotto Zone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
Okay. And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Or did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner? Or...
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable. And at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. After, I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His 2 daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And what is his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right. Now, whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone. So it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone. So we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And You took a lot of photographs that were on that phone,
Yes.
videotapes,
Yes.
text messages,
Yes.
phone call.
Yes. He and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did y'all also call his brother?
Yeah.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm gonna list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing. And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle?
Yes.
And he'd used your debit card?
Yes.
And he brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
Right.
And you saw the Publix video of that.
Yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished, or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child,
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes,
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that.
very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and, paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay. Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Okay. And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you. Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
a townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were gonna donate it and a bunch of things that you were gonna put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I just I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened there?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had gotten in there to hide and he pulled the top.
Yes.
On top of it, but you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now, eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
Right? But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So, from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
I was just typing that according to Twitter, the jury is paying attention closely. They're watching her movements. They're listening intently. Some of them are scowling. Some of them are just look like intense attention being paid. They're listening carefully. Do you think she's coming off sympathetic, guys? Like, I mean, she's got dogs. She doesn't want to drink. It's a lot. Oh, there's a lovely smirk for the camera. That's a good one, Liam. That one right there.
Oh my God.
There it is. That is so evident. Like, how you like? You know what? It's like she's like that commercial. Like, how you like me now? I just can't. I want to just make memes of Sarah Meme's face with cute sayings.
Is the jury on the side of her?
What, Kelly?
So they might not notice the smirk? I don't know. I just find it so awkward.
They are. I'm
upset
sure
her.
they can see her. They can see all of her. So I'm sure they saw it. Well, I'm sure they saw it. Maybe she's smiling at them and not the camera, Liam. You know, no, that's the camera. Definitely, she knows people are paying attention. Actually, right now, I think she's thinking about her book cover. Like, she just wants this to be over with, and so she can just get on to finishing her book, The Greatest Story Ever Told. Yeah, no, it's definitely. Yes, get back to it. Like, you know, she got cheese to acquire. Like, this is too much. also, like, just the way she's just talking is just really giving me a. Is someone giving her a thumbs up or down, encouraging her? I think maybe her
Mr. Owens, you may
defense team.
proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then
This careful.
You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well.
Overact, please.
Yeah, I understand that, but would it be fair to say?
He's trying to warn her not to go there.
You had some anger at that point.
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some comfort?
This feels dirty.
I did.
Okay.
Why do you think that?
At some point,
wow,
you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase?
Yes.
And shook it?
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out?
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
Wow. I wish I could see the jury's faces.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Exactly.
We see the bruising.
We're supposed to
Is that
forget
from that
everything
bat?
else she ever said.
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside?
My point
from you
exactly,
doing-
Tony.
Yes.
With the whole
finally,
theory.
He had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So
No, there's the pleading for his life, though.
Felt
pleading that he can't breathe.
safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did. Yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes.
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
Yes.
and you hear him say, "Sarah."
Yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
But you didn't want him
Yes,
out.
That's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line.
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
I'm so looking forward to rebuttal.
I did. Yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs?
Yes, Sarah. Why?
Were you afraid?
Leading.
Terrified is more of the word.
There should have been an objection then.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
Objection. Defense is testifying. Objection. Leading.
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs.
Yep.
What
She
were the
hit him
dogs?
a lot, Rick.
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
No.
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
I thought he said he didn't answer the call. I have to go back and listen to the testimony.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that
Welcome,
when he
Charlie.
was in the suitcase, he was threatening her, threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That
Why isn't any of
he
that
was
on the
going
recording?
to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach your bench?
Yes.
Oh, somebody save me. Too much. Too much. Too much. Too much. She isn't quoting, she is storytelling. Exactly. And this isn't exactly narrative. I didn't think he was allowed to ask questions. But damn, there was absolutely,
She talked
absolutely
about the so-called
leading
overt act. So is he going to
the
bring in
fingers,
all
they
the?
wiggled.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the overt act. He was cursing and yelling at her. She had her phone. She said she was in the process that day of documenting so he would know. Where is all the where's the video of him cursing and acting like that with her? If you're going to educate him on not to behave. What?
I was so
I'm sorry.
afraid for my life. I didn't want him to get out. And I left enough room knowing that he could get out. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. That was one sentence right after the other. And actually the attorney led her into it. Like, I'm thinking, what?
Mm-hmm.
What? Like, that doesn't make any sense. You just let her say, I was afraid he was
All
going
right,
to
members
end
of the
my
jury,
life.
It is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
There it is. Thank you.
Okay, 10-1. This is the state going. That's not an overt act. BSS is out. Like, let's just see how this goes. There's going to be some back and forth here about whether or not this actually qualifies for BSS because she's not proving an overt act. She has no video of him saying anything to her except for, please, baby, I can't breathe. There's no violence. There's no.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
The wiggling of fingers. Come on. Like, really.
State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing, it's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend.
Because him trying to
She
get out
then
of the
goes on to
suitcase,
say that during this period of
fear
time
that there would
between
be
the end of the
retaliation.
movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act, and therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence.
in other words, we're not trying to victim
that's
here.
simply just what the case ended up being.
He's
Thank
already
you.
gone.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that Jorge Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out. I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video.
She has
We've got the 11 minutes,
nothing but
we've got
her
22
words.
seconds.
She recorded.
And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today
Nope, we can't.
that they had words,
He wasn't.
there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat and the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, "I'm going to fucking end it for you," or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is now this is an event involving an omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point, before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him. You lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Court's going to re-review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I have issues. I do. Sarah, that's a picture. That's a picture right there. I'm going to get that screenshot later. I know you're laughing, and I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to be serious here because, like, this is really important for this actual defense for the people that really, really need it.
Yeah.
And I kind of understand where she's coming from. I don't doubt that they had
I do
all of
too.
this going on, but there's a very valid point in what Will J said. Yo, everything was fine. You said it was a great day. You're the one that decided to make your point. She actually admitted that she was going to take her moment to teach him a lesson. So where's all the video of this lesson? Where's the educational tools? If he was cursing and yelling at you and you're going to show him what his bad behavior is and what he needs to, where is it that you're going to show him later? The only thing you're going to show him later is you sitting on the couch, treating him like crap. And you think that's an overt act? No, I don't think so. The overt act is Sarah herself. George would have a great case against her. Let me just tell you that.
I personally don't have a huge issue if they bring some record of their prior incidents in, but I don't know. The judge has been pretty firm to this point. I don't know what he's gonna do.
I don't know. You don't know. It's like
what's the discussion on Twitter about what the jury's looking like?
Let me just go and look. Like, I'm getting a little distracted here.
Check that in a bit.
You know what? You people in the chat, could you this is a trial. Really? Like, come on. Like, if you want to talk to me about the trial, fine. But hey. Oh my goodness.
Hey everybody, thank you so much for watching our Sarah Boone trial coverage.
Jesse,
now, guess
don't
what?
do this to me.
This isn't Sarah Boone's first
Stop
time.
it. Jesse, I love you, but stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Come on. All right. We can watch his mouth move, Kelly, but I can't hear him right now because it's distracting me. Not you, Clockwork,
Not presently.
In.
Let's see. I'm looking at comments. Nobody seems to be into her testimony.
No, you know what? I'm looking at the chat. And I'm trying to look on the socials at the same time. I'm looking, actually people are just being rude, absolutely just rude, but okay. I'm just, you know what? I'm looking for the person who's in the courtroom to see what she's saying about the jury. And there's so much on here, I can't even find her. Wait a minute. Okay, so remember we do have one juror on there. Juror number 13 is actually a victim of domestic violence and is actually in a court case right now testifying against her husband, the abuser. And she actually made it through voir dire. They both decided to keep her on. She seems to be the one that is nodding and agreeing with Miss Boone right now. Many of the others doesn't look like much. It's hard to tell. They're saying that she that they're looking at her and that they are staring quite intently when she starts talking about hitting him and stuff, and admitting to flipping the bookcase in the banks. But it's hard to tell. They just say that they're staring and listening intently. Nobody. I'm looking at a couple others. Nobody is saying anything except for Juror 13. That Juror 13 keeps taking a lot of notes. But then again, she's in an active case, of course, I don't know, Mandy, what this defense attorney is yakking about. I really don't. She thought she could do a better job than Amber Heard, and frankly, she didn't. No. I'm much there was no stepped on a bee moment and there's no fake tears. I will give her credit for that. At least there's no fake tears.
Step on a bee.
No.
There was no B involved in the suitcase matter.
Mm-hmm.
Her smirk, though, gosh, do you think she'll be smirking under cross-examination?
Yeah, I don't know. Mm. Sorry, I just need to send a quick message or to take care of something. Oh, I'm getting distracted now because I'm getting all of these messages everywhere. Like, I don't know if you can hear it, but the little ding dings that are going off everywhere. Hopefully that's not too annoying, but like there's notifications going crazy. But I don't know. What is the prosecution going to go at first? I mean, it's obvious she's telling a different story. I mean, they don't even have to hit that home. Isn't that obvious? From the jury's going to know this right away. It seems a little redundant to go over, you said this, and now you said that. The whole purpose of this defense.
If I was a juror, I would be obviously remembering the video and wanting in my head to be like, how much does what she's saying on the stand line up with what I saw and heard in the video? And they don't line up currently. But I guess they're trying, to make it seem like she had, reasonable fear. But she's even on the stand today, like said they were fine, they were happy.
Yeah. Oh, no, Jester, when I said that about people being rude, I mean on Twitter, like people were going in. I didn't mean you guys in the chat. I'm talking about Twitter. Like I was looking on Twitter to find about the jury, and there was like people were just being so rude. Like they were saying stuff I couldn't say out here, is what I was talking about. So I'm just confirming,
no bumblebee involved.
No bee, no bumblebee. I can confirm that Sarah, her dogs, nor George stepped on a bee on that day. It was a very good day. I'm very happy to hear this, Juju. Like, we don't have to worry about that thing. Well, Kelly, like, right now they're deciding whether this actually is an overt act. I think the state made a good point. The overt act was actually Sarah, not George. Like, if anyone calls Sarah to get into a mindset of all of the past, it was her deciding to teach him a lesson. Yes, we're going to have an education session. Yeah, so like it's kind of the opposite. The overt act is actually on Sarah, not on George, and it has to be on George if they want to bring in his bad acts, right? So apparently, right now the overt act is on Sarah, and we can bring all her bad stuff in. Yeah. So that would be a win for the state, but like they don't need that actually to prove their case. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it was like, yeah, I didn't mean to misrepresent it that it was you guys. No, I was talking about Twitter. Like they were being rude about Sarah's testimony. Like she's not well. Like, has anybody seen the parody account Sarah Boone out there that talks in Sarah's voice? Who now?
I saw that yesterday when I was.
Today they made the comment that because the judge went out of his way to make sure she understood anything, he's obviously in love with her. Like she's got another one. Like he's obviously in love with her. Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, I feel bad laughing because I know that this is a murder trial. But there is a comical factor to her.
I know.
And just the cheese and all the letters to the judge. Like, it's so much.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Jesus. Mandy, don't you hate that? Mandy said she had a what?
Her, I was thinking of, they also made that such a big point about the Miranda rights. Do you think they're going to have her testimony, what her state of mind was entering that 2-hour interrogation? Is that relevant?
They could. I think that they could, and it would probably be a good idea. But here's the problem. Julie Harper's been talking to her since the beginning, and they have all of those records. And the state is right. Not once did the overt act ever come up in talking with the defense's expert witness. It only came up under direct talking with the states. When the overt act only came up or became a topic of conversation when the defense team was told that you can't use BSS unless you have an overt act. Don't you all think that that is quite convenient? And the state's got a valid point. Let's call a hokey pokey defense strategy when we see it, and let's call it what it is. Bullshit. That's their claim. And I'm all with them because there isn't any statement that she made in 4 years of talking to Julie Harper about this overt act. Not one.
No, it's definitely
let
an
that sink in.
11-hour thing. So I see they're back up at the bench.
Sink in. I'm not saying she wasn't she's obviously had abuse. She obviously has. But you don't get to retroactively do BSS. Okay, it is or it isn't.
No, it didn't. It did
and
not
that's the
come
law.
up
I'm not
in
saying
the interrogation
that
in the car. It didn't come up in the interrogation the next day in the police station. It didn't come up until
it came up when she was embarrassed by her own words on the video. Yeah, it came up in the interrogation. She goes, you don't know what he does to me. Like that came up as soon as the video was shown. She did start to all of a sudden, it's not a great day. All of a sudden is you have no idea what my life has been like kind of story. And I get that. That's probably all true. Okay. But the law is the law. In order to put this forward, you need the overt act. There has to be that triggering moment. And the triggering moment can't be, I decided to educate him on his bad behavior. That's not a triggering act. That's a control thing, okay? That's not triggering. That's granted control. Is it normal thinking? No. Does it actually fall into BSS? Yes. But there's no overt act. There's no overt act that actually triggered her into imminent fear. You are not in imminent fear if you're in control of the situation and going to teach somebody a lesson. That's kind of the opposite, isn't it? I mean, am I wrong, people? This does not make sense to me. It's like they're going around in a circle and they're like, they want two things to be true at the same time. And sometimes that can happen, but not here. Not here. Or at least they can't prove it here. It could be true at the same time that she was in control, but also in fear for her life. But you need an overt act to prove the triggering moment. In they're failing at proving it. They want to show all of the injuries that she had and all of this, and I'm all for it. If she was abused and he was abused, if they need to show both sides of the story, that's all great. But in order to get it in, they got to follow the rules. That's the way the law is in Florida. I mean, I don't envy Judge Kraynick right now. Because it looks like the state is sticking to the law. Like they're going to use it to just toss this whole thing. They're going to try to use it to toss this whole thing, obviously. Mandy, I just saw you call me about the beach. Isn't that annoying when people don't pick up after their animals? Like, beautiful beach and everything, and they think, oh, just because it's the beach, they can just leave it there. It's disgusting. I don't want to see a big blown up picture of Sarah's face. What are they doing? This is not good. Can you see that black eye, Kelly? Do you guys see the black eye? I mean, we know that there's been incidents that's not in question. Like, we know it, but whether or not the jury gets to hear it is something else. I will say, if it does get to come in, all of those pictures and presenting abuse cases can make them very sympathetic to Sarah Boone. Do you guys agree? I think that she would get a lot of sympathy, and they would start leaning that way. And I think that's why the state is literally pulling out the stops on going, nope, letter of the law, nope, letter of the law. Yeah, like I'm actually a bit worried, Juju. I think that this poor man's gonna need a break. Yes, Mandy. They will be able to bring in all the incidences. They talked about that this morning. The state is ready with 2 more incidences where actually Sarah does not look so good on video, and the defense had a hissy fit because they actually want to show the body cam of how she was during those, and they don't want it, but it's gonna come in because it all gets to come in. All characterizations. If they get to go after the victim, Jorge Torres, then the state gets to go after Sarah Boone with the same information. I do believe that they will. Although I do think this judge is not going to let like a big slamming happen. He's going to be very careful on what comes in, I think. But they're opening the door. Record, that's too funny. Stop it. Listen, I get that she was afraid of him getting out of the case after she did all of that because she was trying to teach him a lesson. Like, I get it. I do. Okay. Oops. We are ready, people. What are we doing?
Okay, if we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
Okay, so gosh, I don't know what we're gonna do with this now. I guess it's all coming in. It looks like it. Like, I don't see. If it was going to get tossed, they wouldn't be sending her back to the jury, to the witness
Go ahead and
stand.
stand and bring back in our panel.
Unless she's going to be they're going to be talking about other things. It does look like they were talking about what evidence they could present. So I don't think that they're going to stop them from bringing in battered spouse syndrome, prior bad act, and etc. I don't know. It looks like it is sailing. Oh, Kelly had to go back to work, and I'm sitting here. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to do back this way, guys. I'm sorry I'm talking so much. What do you guys think? Oh, that's true, Liam. I wasn't even thinking about that.
State, you recognize our jury. Yes, sir. Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, again, you could, once seated, raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boone? So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believe that he had left. And
did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch. He would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase. And
let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling. It was terror to a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
No regret, no remorse?
Unzipped the
No fear for his life?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And
I don't
was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him?
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes.
Well, what?
I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it.
Call 911.
I'm doing CPR,
No, you
I
weren't.
don't know how many
No,
times.
you weren't.
Did he
Because
get
they
there?
had to tell you to
Yes.
do the CPR.
Did he walk in?
Yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
Wow.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this
After
trial?
Brian
Yes.
told you to do it 3 times, you did.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul. He and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
Oh, you guys don't want to know what I heard. You don't want my translation of what you just said.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
So
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
And You said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then objective.
Approach.
Yeah, they have to be pretty careful here. I think they've made some kind of agreement on what's coming in and what's not. I wanted to hear the ruling on overt act, though.
What is that she just said about their souls?
They're two
Like,
souls together. Yeah, they're
two souls
yes.
connected.
I will admit they're both very much alike. They both have serious alcohol issues. They both are divorced. They're both
Yeah, they probably have codependency on some level. But that's
yes. Yeah, I mean, both
the reason I'm
you
so
know.
thrown by that remark is because she's describing them as like you just lost your soulmate, but her presentation and the body cam footage and whatnot didn't. I don't know.
It's
like
hard
she just,
because
I guess she could be in shock. I don't know.
she could be.
She
She could
just
be,
to
but
me
I've
has
got
never
issues.
felt
If she says he was
remorseful.
gurgling, why didn't she call 911? It's not gurgling like if you don't know anything. Like, wouldn't you think gurgling was a sign of life? Like, she's not a medical tech. She doesn't know that the body makes these noises when it's dead. If you heard gurgling, wouldn't you get on 911 and call an ambulance thinking there's a sign of life there? What was she waiting for Brian to come and tell her 3 times to call 911? There are so many holes in this story that I hope that people, and it's not easy to look at someone was in a rough relationship and abused and actually think this stuff. But that's the fact. She didn't call 911. She didn't. And she's actually talking here too much about gurgling noises and CPR. Why isn't she getting help? She knows he needs help. She's actually acting like she's the good person, giving him the help that he needs to save his life. But she didn't do the one thing that could guarantee it would save his life if he was gurgling and in a way that could be safe. You know what I mean? Like, to me, like, maybe I'm jaded, but I don't want to. I'm not victim blaming here. I have a lot of sympathy for the terrible situation that they both were in, and I think it goes two ways, because although I do agree that he pushed back and he wasn't so great, I'm looking at a very controlling person who often took control of the situation and gets great pleasure out of ordering this man around in being in control of his life. She makes a point for all of us to know that. I don't make that opinion based on just something I'm thinking. I'm making that opinion based on everything Sarah has told me about how it is with her relationship. She's the best thing that ever happened to George. She's in control of this. She will actually steer him this way to do this right.
Objection's overruled for now.
And she's going to teach him a lesson.
Y'all were together 3.5 years?
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
Follow the rules, defense. Be a good boy. Yeah, come on. Don't be like that.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Those two pictures of your body,
Yes.
did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of Jorge Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't.
but you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he? What's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go up to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Just a minute. Do you know what happened to? Did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay. What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I heard this.
Mr. Owens, may I get just in a word, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
Okay. Defense can't take.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is not.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Mm-hmm. Those look like restraining bruises on the arm to me. If he held her arms to keep her from hitting him. But that does look quite painful, actually.
Yes.
Caused by Jorge Torres.
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area?
Yes.
And your arm?
Yes.
Tony, that's a good question, but I haven't seen them actually get into the provocation or anything like that, just that he does do it.
You recognize that photograph?
And she says it's always when he drinks.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay, you remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off at the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said, "You're not going anywhere." And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George?
Yeah, no fingers. I saw that in it. Yeah.
Judge, I'd like
I'm trying to think what kind of like.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Well, Judge, I'd like to offer this to Amanda.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
From her pulling the keys,
Yes, but not court.
not from him attacking her with the
What was pre-marked
knife
as
or
defense
anything.
S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Yeah, I'm missing some stuff there too, Mandy. I don't know about the age of this kid. I can't really figure it out. It keeps like on a sliding scale.
I believe so, yes.
That's true. George has been gone for almost 5 years. Well, February will be 5 years.
Identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
Would like to offer identification L into evidence?
Okay. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
Permission.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Oh my God, yes.
And your knee?
Yes.
Can I see the report where you said that that's what happened at the ER?
Sorry, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those all 4 before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, I'm having to encourage him to eat. If you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there...
How did you get to the hospital?
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So
this is actually
he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go
being
to the
silly.
hospital?
Yes.
All right, and did you get treated there?
Yes. I was bloody, and
all right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you this?
Yes.
All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
Yes. I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officer?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
Okay. What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thanks. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stab wound to your leg?
Yes. Never.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
So could you step down and show me?
Mr. J,
Okay.
you may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how the rest of you, this judge, because we've got this ball.
They can probably see it from there.
So she still has a scar.
Injury here. Looks like there's an admission.
Man, I wonder what's going on with the jury.
You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where he, from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and M.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objections. Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission.
You may, sir.
Do you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip,
Can you turn it the right way?
as you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you would have been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You for identification?
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab, and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me.
Wait a minute, she didn't ask for
And he
permission to
pushed me
curse this time.
with both of his
Whoa.
hands so hard that we have
I believe this story might be
little
true.
area where our washer and
Who's
dryer
animated?
is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door, and then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you get
blacked out.
knocked out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
This is, yes, this is the identification you be admitted today.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll go through the report. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak it.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
The rolling of the eyes, like, I don't believe that one.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection.
Well,
is
that whole
defense
scenario
9.
just feel very real. And even in her statements and her words. I don't have any doubt that one actually happened.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
Jorge Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated?
I mean, I can't say for sure, but yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be drinking.
Identification identification W into evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10. You may, sir.
All right, it doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection. Sustained.
I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. Going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by Jorge Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not very young.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my house. They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Would like identification X?
Oh, this is
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
it's not uncommon for hospital, like for them not to report the actual incident. That's actually, it's more common that they don't. People in abusive situations never want to talk about really what's going on until it needs
I
to
know
be
the police
for
came,
one
but I don't
point or
remember.
another
I remember it hurt for a
agenda
good
or to
solid 2 weeks
convince
after that.
people.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
But there's parts of this that do not track for me at all.
recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the.
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial shot?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of that?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom.
She does.
This is probably a good month.
Don't do that to me, Mindy.
Before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced in the evidence.
It was a gash.
Did he just say the date was February 23rd, 2020, the day of the
Objection
incident?
as defense 12.
The good day?
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
You didn't tell them there was an incident. They would have. You never said a word.
This was photographs that were taken I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Wait a minute. Is it that little red dot they're talking about? And they expected the crime scene investigator to know that she was in an altercation that she's not mentioning? This seems a little unreasonable here. They should be careful. This could go the other way with the jury.
A month later.
Oh, a month later.
And then on that
So it
same
wasn't
day,
that date. Okay.
Same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out?
That would be the 24th, sir.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy and copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
I vaguely see it, but now I want to see where she told anybody about it, or if anybody like
Sustained.
where.
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Oh, she did it to herself.
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I don't think I ever bruised myself holding a baseball bat, and I have hit a few baseballs. They're pretty hard. I don't know. I didn't know that was possible, but I guess it is. All of these more?
Photographs. Can you look at those?
Oh,
See if you recognize them.
Yes, it's so uncommon not to report, you know, I know.
For those
It's so
here
hard
making
because you want to
predictions,
advocate for the victims. I
Yes.
want
As a
to believe,
composite
I
of
really
the events
do.
that occurred
It's
in relation to
just
George
so
Torres
difficult.
and your TV?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed. So he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
Yes.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you were.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television. And then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification of these 5 photographs of the evidence.
Okay. Was it O or N?
I have O in a composite of 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We were moving in. Oh, okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
Oh.
All right, so these are some stills from video. This was George. That particular day holding that.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping.
But
Is that the result?
no, after that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking then?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my living room in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendant's 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Okay. And then it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs?
Apparently.
Or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George is, or maybe it's one that Lucas, no, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's 2 dogs, there's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You don't have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. and would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating with the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? What's pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here at guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit. He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes.
Okay. I wonder if the overkill is going to be too much for the jury, and I wonder if they're picking up on the contradictions. The one that just really got to me was she went out of her way to say that she didn't like Lucas being around if George was drinking, and that Brian would have the bad timing to bother to come over when George was drinking, and she had to worry about all of that as if it was an issue. But then she's sitting on the backyard drinking with George, and Lucas is right there. He might have taken the picture. It's the double speak for me. It's the double standard. It's the hypocrisy. When I said like that, I know that people drink around your children. I've had wine when my daughter was like, I get all that. It's the double speak for me. It's actually going out her way to call out Brian for something, that she is doing on a regular basis. And she says it so casually, she doesn't even realize she was just caught in a lie. Yeah, there's mics in different areas with the smacking and everything of the mouth, although she does make some mouth noises. I mean, we all do. It's one of the things I was learning in audio. I think MC Record helped me out with that, is how to position a mic to keep it at a minimum.
By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this
Yes,
point
we
in time?
would, please.
Okay, court sees no
Please.
hands.
No
We may
hands?
have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time. All right, court sees no hands. Ma'am, Are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
They want to hear the rest of this.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue.
I think the judge was hoping for a break.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror 5th from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess.
Yay!
It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh my. Oh, gotta grab my pen. Oh.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you.
Okay.
I was hoping we would get a break.
If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of
Just
that at this time.
chat about this
All right,
photo.
court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear what you said, Kelly, because like Judge Kraynick.
No, I was thinking we were going to get ready, starting talk. I was like, I kind of feel like I need a break. And I was, yeah, okay. So what are you thinking, Claire?
I'm disturbed with my thoughts, actually, because I am like, I never want to blame a victim, like, but she's really annoying me with the double speak. She says one thing and then says another story that actually contradicts what she's saying. And I don't know if it's just that I'm paranoid or judgmental, or like, I don't really consider myself to be that judgmental. And maybe I'm focused on her a little too much, because she just is a very annoying kind of person, and she's not likable at all. Okay, there's nothing I like about a person like Sarah Boone. Like, if that person was anywhere in my life, I would like maybe make 1 or 2 efforts to actually give them a reality check, and then I don't think I'd ever bother to speak to them again, because it's not worth the effort. Like, she all into herself.
No.
It's all about her. I'm getting serious Amber Heard vibes. I don't think George was a great guy. Was he troubled? Did he have problems? Yes. Okay. But I'm looking a little too rationally here. I'm looking at 2 body sizes that are about the same height, same weight. I'm looking at her being reported as an aggressor too. And they're just putting this story out like she's a meek little lamb, and she just does whatever he says, and he's unreasonable, and he wants this and that. And I do agree that many of their interactions were probably unreasonable, but it's the damn drinking. And unless that woman gets up there and admits that she's a total alcoholic asshole and she's halfway to blame with this, I can't feel bad for her. I cannot. And I guess I'm just an asshole, because I do think she got hurt. I do, but I think she did just as much damage to him. Where is all the documentation of him doing this? You bother to take a picture. Like, we had the same thing with Amber Heard. It's really easy to stack a bunch of pictures against a dead person who can't take the stand and say, yes, she did trip and fall because she was trying to push me into the wall and I shoved her away. Or she was choking me, so I pushed her and she fell. Like, where's the other part of the story?
Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for watching our
I'm
Sarah
sorry,
Boone
Jesse, I'm
trial
muting
coverage.
you.
Now, guess what? This isn't Sarah Boone's first time interacting with the court system. In fact, she had been charged previously with domestic violence against the same man. She's now on trial.
But he's making a good point. Wait, I want to hear this. Hold on. What did she just... He's just actually said against the same man that she
all
actually...
sorts of information. When we scrolled down to her
Because he
criminal
looked her
history,
up and
we
she's
found minor
got
things like a
aggression
speeding
too.
ticket, but also the much more
You guys
severe
just need
charge
to
of
hear
murder
this.
that she's now facing in an Orlando courtroom right now. And even if you don't work in true crime, you can find out all kinds of information on Truth Finder,
It's an
like which
advertisement.
sex offenders
But
may
he
live in your
used
area.
her, and he
Even
did
use
say
Truth Finder
that
to see
her
what's available at
actual
your cell phone
incident
line.
you
Here's
could
the main
find
idea.
with this
It can be
actual
hard to know who to trust, and knowledge today is power. So
Okay,
right
yes. All right, I'm done with you. Okay, now he's just doing an advertisement. Well, I thought he was going to say something about Sarah, but he's not. So, bye, Jess.
I feel like the images are impactful, and I think it's fair that they have come in.
I do,
I
but I
do
want
feel
more.
like I'm interested because Brian, her ex, can come on as a rebuttal witness because he and the body cam seem to indicate that she as well exhibits violent behavior, of course, when she's drinking. So to get a more rounded picture, I'm curious what they would say about him because George can't defend himself because he's dead. So
Right.
but what stands out to me is that testimony that her whole body was reviewed. There were no images of bruising, no indication of scratches, any injury to her physical self the
Right.
day that this
Not
happened. And
not on the
so,
day.
yes, these past injuries are horrible. They had a toxic relationship, clearly. And I'm sympathetic. Like that eye photo looks so painful, that big black eye she had. I
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. One thing I've noticed is that the prosecution they're just not objecting or anything. They're
No, they're
letting
not. You know,
her
they're
go
letting
because
her.
they're
I'm sure, like they're saying that
for
William
impeaching her.
J, the ADA, he is staring at her the whole time intently. He's making note of every misstatement. I'm
And her
sure.
attorney
But here's
really
the
is
thing.
leading endlessly.
I know, but it is narrative testimony, and so I was corrected on that, and thank you to the person who corrected me. You can't actually object that much. The narrative it's allowed, so it's like a combination of narrative and question. He's allowed to help her along with her story because, like it's testimony, yes, but she's not an expert witness or anything. She's not used to talking to a jury. It's a long, troubling, traumatic story to tell. So he is allowed to help her like with her points and stuff. And then, why would they object when the more she talks, the more they have to go by, the more they can, like they can only cross her on what she brings up. So let her keep going. Somebody
I don't think
reminded
we're
me
gonna
of that.
get to Cross today. Cross definitely seems like
Oh,
it'll
it's
probably
not
be
going to happen. It
tomorrow.
is not going to happen today. As a matter of fact, I would expect to see Sarah Boone right back on the witness stand tomorrow because she ain't
Yeah,
done.
I don't think
She's not
I
done.
think
No.
tomorrow, maybe after
Mhm.
lunch would be Cross.
But I will admit
It's
that the whole thing is making me uncomfortable because I don't believe her. I see the injuries, and instead of going, "Oh wow, that's like horrible," I'm going, "But what did you do?" Not
yeah, I
that
mean it's
she
yeah, to me it's
deserved it, and I don't
undeniable that
mean
she
that
did,
like, "What
but
did you
revenge,
deserve to get hit?" I mean, what did you do during this? Because I know you picked up something and hit him. I know that you did something also. Like, where's the other part of the story is what I'm saying. I'm not saying what did you do to deserve it, like as if she deserved it. No, I mean, where's the other part of your story, Sarah, that makes it a complete story? Where's the other part? Like, don't say like you stood there and let him do all of this and you didn't do anything back. You didn't say anything. You didn't do it. Where's the other
yeah,
part of the
and
story? The story is so lopsided, and I do
remember
understand that it's cheating.
the testimony from the neighbor who's testified that she said like if you hear anything, just
Yeah,
ignore it.
shh, don't talk. Yeah, don't talk about what goes on in the Sarah Boone house. Shh, like, shh. And she was
Yeah.
drunk, and saying, "Don't say, don't say." Now, it's not uncommon for abuse victims not to want people talking about what goes on because
Right.
they suffer the abuse when other people question what's going on. Like they do hold the brunt. But for her to say that he always wants me around, he always wants this, it's like, well, like, insecurity, whatever, when she is actually the controlling person in the relationship. And I base this on just a couple of things that she said. He doesn't have a cell phone. He needs to ask her permission to use the phone, to call, to do everything. She's actually trying to get him to get a job. His jobs aren't good enough. She's actually giving him the information. She's saying that it's up to her to actually lead him to good projects and stuff. That man's an artist, by the way. He's an artist, a very good artist. Okay, George. I mean, if you go and check out his Instagram, George as a person may be troubled and have some problems, but he was creative. He didn't need Sarah Boone to give him popsicle sticks to get creative or to do anything like no. Like she's trying to act like she was like Mother Teresa leading him to the light, and she's an alcoholic spinning him into hell. And until she takes some accountability, I can't feel sorry for her. I can't. Like I think she did just as much damage to him as he had done to her. I'm not saying he was a good person. I'm saying he was troubled. I'm not saying she's a bad person. I'm saying she's troubled. But this one-sided freaking story stuff is driving me crazy because of the contradictions. Just the drinking one with the child is one. You know this person is volatile. You know this person causes problem. Brian's an idiot for bringing him over, but you let the child stay in your house with this man at the same time? Contradictions are just so huge in front of me that it makes me think she's a liar because I can't. I don't know if she's lying on purpose or lying out of habit because she does. It's too embarrassing and humiliating, and I could get that. I could get that.
I can't forget what I can see and hear with my own eyes in that video. And I imagine that video obviously will come up a lot in cross-examination, but
I think it will, because show me the fear. Does anybody see any resemblance of fear in that video?
She was taunting
an imminent
him.
threat.
She had a maliciousness in her voice.
She did.
And I
But
get it. Like,
George
if somebody
Kraynick,
really is abusive towards you, I understand that motivation to want to get them back, but you can't murder somebody over it. It's a crime.
Anna says, don't need to feel sorry for either one, but was it BSS or not? No, I don't believe it was. I'm not going to go against George Kraynick if he says that the defense can come in because she proved that there was a situation there that she could have been reacting to. However, do I feel that it was enough to actually get her off on what she did? No. I don't think
I don't either.
I don't think there's enough here for the jury to decide that it's a valid reason for him to beat him with a bat and leave him in that case to die. And I still think he was dead before she went to sleep.
And follow him down the stairs.
Mm-hmm. And listen,
like
it's going to be hard for a jury because just because you have this mental feeling of imminent threat, you were not threatened with a knife or a gun. Nobody had hands on you. Nobody had throat on you. You weren't fighting for your life in self-defense. I think naturally we all think of self-defense in that way, right? Something right in front of us. And I know that BSS is supposed to, make the picture bigger and let us bring in all the things that happened to you in the left. But is your trauma from past events enough to take another person's life without consequence? I don't think so. And I'm going to stand behind that because there was no. It's still not a reason to kill him. And he's dead.
I mean, to me, it's like hit and she hit back. Punch, she punched back. That kind of thing I really understand. But going to the extent that you're going to put somebody into a suitcase, throw them down the stairs, beat them with a bat, sit there filming them as they plead and beg for air, essentially, and taunt them.
Listen, this is... I'm trying to think if I was on the jury, just based on what I saw so far, the part that the other side of the story isn't there yet, like she's not willing to go into the parts that she did, would actually make me start to doubt that she doesn't want to give us the whole story because it's going to make her look bad, that she is hiding, and that she does have some guilt in regards to his death, and that she actually did do things to do his demise. Do you know what I mean? Like, because she's not willing to say, yes, I drank excessively. Yes, I did retaliate back. Yes, I stayed at the bar and flirted with guys because, like, I've heard this story before from her when she talked to the detectives about it. When the actual occurrence had that she was calling him names and stuff like that, but she didn't say anything. The story that she told today is not the story she told when the cops came. to this stuff about the
No.
bar and the cigarettes and being called. It's a totally different story. And I get that stories can change. Well, she's not actually saying her part of it, which in the other part she said, like, so I stayed in the guy, I asked the guy to give me a cigarette. I asked the guy, for a drink because he took my wallet. You know what I mean? So she was admitting to the police that she was having
Mhm.
interactions with somebody that wasn't George, and then like they had this fight, and I could see it getting out of control. I could see them both being absolutely horrible to each other over it because they were both drunk and this is their learned circle of behavior that they can lay hands on each other. Well, she doesn't mention the laying hands that she does. And so if I was on the jury, I'd be like, what are you trying to hide? Did you actually intend to kill him? Like, I'd be wondering now, since you sent that message to his brother that don't worry, I'll get rid of him. Since you don't want to help me, I'll get rid of him.
Intent can come up pretty instantaneously as well. It doesn't have to be like, oh, you premeditated, planned this over days. It can
Exactly.
be, a pretty quick thing.
And that's my point. Does battered spouse syndrome protect you from the intent to actually do away with him? I think not. I think you still meant to get rid of him. I don't care what he did in the past. Just getting rid of him was wrong.
Well,
You know
and
what?
we've also ruled out that she was not a spouse legally.
And
Legally, she wasn't a spouse.
Yeah, but that's not what it means. I mean, just because the word is in there,
I know.
you know what I mean.
I know.
They should. I do get this too with the law in the language. Like, it makes me mad. It should actually be intimate partner
she's
abuse.
Not literally a battered spouse.
It should actually be
battered partner.
It could be like long-term intimate partner abuse or something like that.
Intimate
It doesn't have to be
partner
called battered
violence. Yes.
spouse. Right. It's like when they made the law about, extending stuff and they call it women and children of abuse, like as if men, it never happens to them. It really infuriates me, but they really do need to call it something else. But it's the common thing because it actually started under legislation, through certain cases where a woman would actually retaliate against her abuser when they were in a vulnerable state or the abuse wasn't actually happening at the moment. Because that's what this is,
Has the state indicated at any point that they have photos of injuries of George that they would bring in under cross-examination?
This morning's discussion was about videos that they have, the body cam footages with the cops and all of the images
that's what
and
I
stuff.
thought.
And
So I
George's
think,
part, and the defense was very upset that might come in. But if they're allowed to do a picture show of all of this, then we should be allowed to do that.
they certainly
Okay,
are
it looks
allowed
like
to
we're back.
rebuttal on it. I
Yeah.
love Judge
He hasn't
Kraynick.
hit
He's
the
so
button yet,
great.
but I did put the. I really do, but he did let the defense in. They are allowed to talk about prior acts, so I am looking forward to rebuttal now. But you know what? It just makes me feel dirty. The way I'm thinking about this actually makes me feel dirty, in a way. Like, I don't like the way Sarah Boone has me thinking right now, Nate. I don't, because I
She's
want
got you
to
tied
be
up
more
in a
generous.
suitcase.
She pretty much does. She's got me thinking that reasonable
Record
thought
case number 2020 CF
means I'm
2603,
victim
State of Florida
blaming,
versus
and
Sarah
I
Boone.
don't think
State.
so.
Dick Capture on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the truth. County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Hi. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we're going to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Another hour and a half, people. Can you do it? Can we all hang in there? Another hour and a half.
You said about 20.
Ugh.
We're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Oh, Judge, hold on. Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry. I thought we lost.
Oh, she's smiling.
Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury? Yes, sir. Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
Oh. Sidebar with the sheriff's office. By the way, they did say they had more actual protection in the court today because Sarah would be free roaming and all. They actually have extra guards and all. You know.
I mean, it makes sense. Even think back to Taylor's business.
Just yes, because she did fly across the table, but didn't she also attack them in a police car? Isn't she the one? Yeah.
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 She had a pattern of doing that.
Yeah.
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. All right, record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. That's your arm.
Yes.
Are these blow-ups of the pictures we already saw for the jury? Yeah.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound?
This is all to show to the jury, which they already saw on the projector.
Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
I bet you they're all up for closing statements too. I'm hard pressed to find an injury on that one actually.
Identification H. This is the eye. Identification.
This reminds me, I just want to tell you guys, I want to talk about how victims feel shame. And I want to know if you guys see any of that here. Yes. One of the common things, I wanted to talk to Anna and Kelly about that. When they start to tell their stories, when they start to tell the fact, I want to talk about that. I'm not seeing it. I think that's my problem.
Identification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
I will give the defense credit. They're really going on to try to do the best that they can to sell this. It might be working because it does make me feel bad that I don't believe it. Like I actually feel like I'm doing a disservice to victims of abuse by not believing. But I don't think he needed to die for this. I still think she's completely wrong.
Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when
yeah, they do, and that's why.
And
yeah, Anna, you're right.
You had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or His brother called George, do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Koepsell. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye.
Stomped me, yes.
Stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes.
and both of you were arrested.
Correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever? Or what were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
How did you stay? You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light, so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep. And love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
At the beginning, through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there and saw the 2-hour video? Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Koepsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day, for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right. And then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? Is it released to Detective Koepsell?
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and
challenged
pick it
that,
up,
says
because
she doesn't
I
recall this
remember when I was
conversation at
pregnant,
all.
that's what
It
she
didn't
said. I
happen.
remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me, and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something, and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said,
think this is
regardless,
all
I'm
what
still
she
going to come.
wishes she said.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station,
I did.
and the original agreement was they were to come to you.
Correct.
All right, when you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular. I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up.
Are
my
you going to
phone.
mention the list of
And
questions
there's
you
people
brought?
that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down. And
What, you brought a list of questions? Are you not bringing that up?
I guess the interview
You
or
wanted them to
interrogation
answer your
began.
questions.
I just simply was getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
I'm sorry. She wanted this conversation. She had a list of questions for them that she brought to the police station too. This was a mutual meeting. And she's actually portraying it in a different way. I'm a little offended at the dishonesty.
Miss Boone? Miss Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now let me take you back to the
That didn't help Alex Murdaugh, just
to
saying.
this incident. Is it fair
This
to
is very
say
hard.
that when Jorge Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated, or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
She is not always fearful.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think, George, what bothers him?
Confession, false speculation. Sustained.
Does he tell you?
What calls for hearsay? Sustained.
Yeah.
As a result of how he behaves.
I think the state's getting weary of this also.
How were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection has been answered. Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Tell us about.
She needs to stick to this. This is a
Tell
good
us about
point in her behavior. She needs to
how
actually
that
stick to it
heightens-
to get
Does that
this.
heighten your sense of safety,
At all times.
but especially when he's drinking,
Oh, yes, all the time.
and then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Yes or no? Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's purifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
Any cross-examination?
Did George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
Don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach.
Oh man, this is like, oh, Kelly, what do you think of the defense so far?
I just published a tweet because I am glad that there's the seriousness of this case has not been present because she's turned it into such a circus. So I'm glad that these attorneys are present to kind of her attorneys to at least like set a proper tone finally after her smirks and all of these theatrics that she's put on.
Exactly. They are at least putting their best foot forward to try to actually stand for a victim who they believe is a victim who has rights to defend themselves this way. And I do applaud. I'm with you on that. Like they are actually making a great effort. And they are trying, but I think Sarah's getting in the way of that. Like I do. I really do.
You testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing it was like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, were we talking about the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's too right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the two of you consumed two 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find two empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that they went in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between two people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
All right. Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
Okay. All right. Now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay, I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What, 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute 3-second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
We're going to play it again for the jury. And then I hope he's going to ask her, tell me exactly what happened in that 9 minutes. I want to hear the words. I want to hear everything you remember. I want to hear it. What did he do that made her so mad?
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move I was disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
Okay. And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Then correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Oh. This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th. Correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
Oh.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup.
AKA reminding you it was your day.
All right. You didn't mention to the
Same
sheriff's
thing.
office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. Do you recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12 to 17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay. And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Plus ours.
Well, When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points of times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how you got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure. I don't.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house.
We couldn't.
But you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5
you
liter,
get to
right?
say it.
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
AKA, my answer will
12:30,
incriminate me,
when
and
you
you're
get
not
back
going to get me to say it.
I don't know.
Okay.
We were
Was it
drinking from the
1:30 or
moment we
2:30
got
when
up.
you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
Yeah.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules? Cool.
I understand how the
Okay.
hide and seek works.
So explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower, were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. Can the defendant stand down?
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
You go down.
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
Ooh, they're gonna play with the suitcase. He's gonna have her zip it up and show how much space she left for his fingers.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
I know what he's doing.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right.
If that's his
Can you help
position,
me
there's no way the fingers
understand
could have gone.
how it
Okay,
was
okay. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
It's
Zip
shut?
it up.
Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand
I knew
got
it.
out of?
Show us the space you left.
Down here.
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold up. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
What do you want to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay,
Could you get out of the way, Mr. Owens? I want the jury to see this, and I want to see this. Like, please get out of the way. Go away, Mr. Owens.
This side.
Oh, what was that? The paper clip that she said was in it. The clip.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutors attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We
Okay.
don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yeah, like how about an objection first before you start,
Approach.
Professor? Because you're talking in front of the jury, you know that's not proper. You're supposed to object in proper format. Like that was all just for the jury. Like this is the stuff that defense does that pisses me off. I think he's trying to prevent her from zipping this because if I think he's going where he's going to show that George could not have got out of that suitcase. His head and hands were facing the opposite way of where the opening would be, and what she said in her testimony, that his hands were near his head and he was poking his hands out. It goes all the way around, which means the opening would be behind his head. His hands would have to go behind his head to try to poke out that little hole. You know what I mean? I'm thinking. I could be wrong. This is just my wheels spinning. Just my wheels spinning. No, she didn't. And she was 2 bottles into drunk. Well, she's worried now about the paperclip. Well, she did it successfully, 2 bottles into drunk. With no problem. But it's an issue right now. Mm-hmm. It's just a clip to get traction. And I get it. Yeah. This is yeah, it was some kind of paper clip that, like the tag for the zipper, the pull tab was broke. And so, sometimes people put the little like clip in, like a paper clip or something in there to pull. When that part of your zipper thing busts off. At least that's my understanding of it. I mean, I haven't actually seen a good picture of the clip, to tell you the truth. I'm thinking Juju, but we have to wait and see what he does. But like, I agree. Like, this is what I'm thinking. The direction he's going about the position of the hand.
Objections overruled.
So go sit down, Mr. Owens. Thank you.
Are you ready? Can we see how it was that the 2 zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine. I'll take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was. This was up here.
And please, jury, remember, she's 2 bottles in while she tries to do this.
This one, like here.
Okay.
right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer.
Oh, I
It's not
see.
over
There's
there?
double zipper.
Where do we?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping
Like
it
the hole.
shut and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me what it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was kind of open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was on pretty much, yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left him on upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
And as she heard it ringing
Was he
downstairs.
still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke him. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
Judge, can we approach?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach. All right, come on up, y'all.
Oh gosh, I don't even know. At this point. Like, what do you guys think in the chat? Kelly, what do you think of the suitcase demonstration there? Oh, Kelly just disappeared. Kelly, come back. Anyway, chat, what do you think? Everybody out there, like that suitcase demonstration, did that help at all? What do you think? I think it did prove that if she was that drunk during that video, and she says she doesn't remember, I think it shows that she's lying about not remembering. She's saying she remembers taking the video now all of a sudden.
I'm back.
Hey, what do you think of this suitcase demonstration? What do you
Unmute
think he's
myself and I
doing there?
hit exit. Gosh.
Oh, it happens. I do it. You know what? This trial's making me like that. I don't think I could push a button or see straight. I'm not going to be able to read for days. Like, I'm like buzzing right now. My thoughts are so much. But what do you think about this demonstration with the suitcase? Where do you think he's going with? What do you think he's going to do?
To me, seeing the suitcase and the suitcase to body comparison with Sarah made me feel like, damn, he died in that small space. The zipper did seem difficult for her to maneuver, so I don't think it would be easy for somebody that cramped in there to reasonably get out. But the cross was not as fiery as I expected it to be, because she contradicted herself in so many different ways that I thought that they would just nail her again and again on cross-examination. They didn't.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are surprised about that. I saw it on socials that way. But honestly, when I take a moment to think about it, I think that was the right thing to do. Just think about that jury who just saw that stack of abuse and how
That's what I'm
sympathetic they are to
wondering
her
if
right
he
now.
pivoted.
If he came out swinging, he would look like a bully, and they wouldn't listen. They wouldn't hear. He's actually letting her own words and actually laying down a foundation to where they can ask their own questions of themselves about what they heard.
All right, members of the jury, thank you so
He
much.
said
It is
just
5:42. At this point in
said
time,
just
the
enough.
court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
It's tough. It's really tough. And I'm sure these jurors are going to have a lot weighing on their minds.
They sure are. I
do
imagine
you
there's going to
feel
be
like
emotion after this. I'm just waiting.
do you feel like the jurors potentially would go for a manslaughter conviction over murder?
Thank you.
Well, that's the deal she was
With
offered.
regard to these medical records, the court
Yeah.
previously today
So they have
had
to say guilty or
required
not
by
to
5 p.m. to
second.
address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed.
Oh.
It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I
Defense
understand
is
that you
not
may
gonna
want to
be
be
able to
seeking those
use
in
it.
evidence
Woo!
maybe tomorrow.
Thank you for
And the
stepping
state
off.
needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize.
You didn't do your job, defense.
So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
It's past 5 o'clock and they did not do it. They said he ordered them days ago to do it. And they said Kevin Beck was on it.
Yeah, Kevin should have been on that.
He
That's
said
a
he
failure.
was on it. He didn't do it. And the judge already warned them if they didn't drill it down and give it to the defense, he would actually rule they couldn't use it. But here's the thing. It's evidence that their experts use to make a decision. This is a problem.
This is a big problem.
If Julie Harper, their witness, doesn't get to testify, their expert witness, it's going to be a big deal. It's going to be a big fail on the side of the defense. And I know Judge Kraynick's being very patient about this. He's
Lenient.
giving them effort. Lenient's the word. Yeah. And by the way, Mandy just posted a picture of the two of us, both of us with our glasses doing the thing. We look adorable on Twitter right now. We're shit. You and me are the shit right now with our avatars. We look like we're side-eyed in the world.
Some type of domestic violence involving her. We've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of Jorge Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went.
That's right,
as it relates to
because then they can bring in what she did to him.
difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yeah.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they're exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It's either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
And then just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up in Beck County.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's here Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
That's the
And my
rule.
understanding is
We're
our
not gonna
expert
do that.
can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm gonna have to check her availability for
Friday
If you would be
morning.
so kind and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
anything else, state?
Not-
Anything else from the defense? All right, the court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone's schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified, that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses.
They did try to impeach her in the motion to suppress, and it didn't go
Yeah,
their
they
way.
did, and
And
they
it's the
failed.
same, and they
Okay,
failed,
all right,
and it's the
appreciate the lay
same
of the
issue.
land.
Why they
All
doing
right, we
it
will
in
see
front
you
of
all.
the jury?
That's what, one
They
more, Mr.
don't.
Owens. Yes, sir.
They
This
don't.
flying in from
Yeah.
New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m.
That's
I'm
tomorrow.
sorry, but that attorney is useless.
She fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we could get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding was she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight. That didn't happen. But I can't.
I don't blame him. He's been so accommodating. They're just rude.
Anything
The
further?
defense is just rude.
I'm just telling you what it was.
Deposition will be, 5:30 tomorrow or at any other, if we got to have it
I
later,
realize
depending on
they're
how we
behind the
go.
8 ball. They
We'll
came in
address it
late.
at that time.
Well, that's
All right,
their
thank you guys
problem.
very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
Ouch. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's the end of that. Oh, Kelly. Long day. Long day. Long day. Where do you think we're at, people? Kelly, can you hear me? Or I don't know why I can't hear you.
Yes, no, I'm just reflecting on that. It's
Yeah. I mean, there's so much to digest, right? Like, I don't even know what I think right now. I think we should all just go think on it and talk in the morning. That's what I think. I think I'm done.
I know
I
there's
really
like a
do.
million things going through my mind. I don't think like his attempt right there to try and recirculate back and try and impeach the detective is a waste of time. She's a good witness. She did not fail at her job. I think it's a waste of the jury's time and everyone's time.
He did. He tried to impeach her over that same conversation. I think he's bringing her back because Sarah repeated the conversation again to the jury. And Chelsey Koepsell said, I don't think that conversation happened. I did not call. No, she said, Sarah Boone did not call me. That's what she said. And yet, when they said it before, they didn't show a record from Brian Boone's phone that Sarah said she used to prove it, which Brian would let them prove it. He's been very accommodating, right? They're not proving the phone call existed. It's only her word against Chelsey Koepsell, Detective Chelsey Koepsell's word. And she said that conversation, she didn't call me like that. No, I did not tell her I would come there. Because it was easier to go drop it off. I do believe she probably said somebody can drop it off when she was asked at the place when they took her phone the first day.
But she was placating. She was placating a murder suspect, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not out of the bounds of her job. Like she was not acting inappropriately. Like that, she had the right to do so. We're talking about a murder witness,
yeah,
and because
exactly.
she
They're
was
thinking
saying
that there was foul play, right?
Did you tell her in advance that she was coming in to be arrested? Like, No,
You don't have to do that.
They don't have to do that. And when she said, well, no, I mean, she could flee and stuff, that's a perfectly reasonable answer.
And that's why, like, the state didn't clarify that up, because Chelsey Koepsell actually cleared that up herself. I am not required to tell her that. And why would I? She's a suspect.
Right.
Like, why? I would not get the answers I need. Then I'd have to go track her down.
She's not my friend.
She could run.
She's a murder suspect.
Exactly. I did not owe her that information. And I'm glad that they cleared that up. And I'm hoping the jury was, because I think the defense is, as most defenses are, they depend on the fact that, like, juries are not that legally savvy, you know what I mean, on what is required, what is not. So it only takes innuendo. And their job is reasonable doubt. And so innuendo and not keeping this all straight, that could lead to reasonable doubt easily. If you start to mess with the investigation, think everybody's like just against her, her rights might have been violated. I mean, that's where this all is going, right? And now Sarah's basically blaming the whole law enforcement community in general for not protecting her when they did arrest George multiple times, and she's the one that bailed him out. Like that they should have realized more than what she was telling them. And I don't understand. Like, I do know that that's common in victims. I do understand that. I do understand it's a horrible situation, but I don't understand then coming out and blaming everybody else for it. That I don't understand. Like the lack of just being able to say, I drank a lot and I did contribute to what's going on here. And the reason I don't remember is I was drunk off my butt, and I'm disappointed that I did not hear anybody ask, and how often do you drink? You say that he gets drunk, like they admitted he never mistreats her when sober. So now I want to know, how often do you drink, Sarah?
Mm-hmm.
And I want to hear somebody, I want to hear somebody actually ask those questions, like, were you aggressive when you drunk? Was he the only one that was aggressive? Like, did you do anything? But they're not going to ask. And I think it was because they were afraid to look too harsh on her after all of that, like testimony. But I think it's
none of his medical records are coming in.
No, because they didn't drill it down. And now the defense is making it appear that they didn't drill it down on purpose because they wanted the judge to say they couldn't use it, because Sarah wanted them to use it, but they didn't want to use it. They know the risk that is, there are several incidences in there that open up. They want to use certain ones where he was beat because he got into a fight with his brother and all and stuff, and that he was an angry man. But there are also hospitalizations where he went, where he said that he was hurt, and Sarah may have been the aggressor. There may have been police indicated reports of that nature. Do you know what I mean? Like, so they don't want that to come in.
Yeah, that's what of course they don't want it. Because it is risky, yeah.
Oh, hey, After Dark. Like, what do you mean? Like, you learned a lot. Was it about like this kind of defense? Because man, this is a very complicated defense, and
it's complicated.
I will admit there's so much to it that I don't understand a half of it. I just know parts of the law that the defense is trying to ignore or was trying to ignore, but they did get it in. I mean, they successfully got it in, Kelly. I was surprised, but they got it in. Like, I did not think they would be able to.
A major victory for her defense attorneys, for sure. Absolutely.
She did express herself well enough as to how she was feeling at the time and why what was her triggering thing. It's still the fingers, and I still think that that's ridiculous based on the risk of the scenario and what she did after. And I'm hoping the jury sees that too. But at least they were able to, get the overt act in there. Yeah, is it surprising, Anna? Right? They successfully got it in. Good. We know if it's in yet. We do. Yes. The judge actually, they were on sidebar when he said it, and then they just came and did it. I didn't hear it. Did you, Kelly? I don't know if it's because something with my stream. No. Kraynick never said it out loud that I heard. I have to check another stream. I don't know if maybe because I had been muting Jesse that maybe perhaps I didn't unmute him in time. but they just like went from the sidebar back to calling her, like letting her testify and letting her say it all. So like I'm sure it was in the sidebar there. They were arguing. The jury was seated, so they weren't going to discuss it openly. They were in sidebar. They weren't going to decide all of that for everybody to hear. What I do believe, definitely it's in, because that is the evidence they presented. It's in. And I saw on Twitter somebody said, "Yup, Judge Kraynick let the battered spouse syndrome in." So and we just heard about all the pictures and everything, so we know it's in. That wouldn't have been able to come in. She wouldn't have been able to say that about George if it didn't.
Julie Grant from Court TV tweeted, "Most absurd self-defense claim ever. The victim was inside of a suitcase."
I know. I know it is, and it's all about state of mind. So you know what? Let's end
That's
it
why
there.
I'm glad they brought out the suitcase, because to me, having her eat, I didn't even like what she was doing when she was maneuvering down there. Didn't to me mean too much, but it was a reminder of, wait a minute, this is somebody who died in a super compact, uncomfortable space, pleading for his life, pleading for oxygen, and she mocked him. It's such a gruesome death. Like, I think most people would rather be shot in the head than that. So sad. But I am glad that I'm so grateful that she's represented by these pro bono attorneys, because can you imagine if she was doing her entire defense? It would be awful.
It really would, and we would still be, here for Langpool. I think that's where we should leave it. Like, the expert witnesses are going to start, and that's what I'm
very curious about the expert witness. I really am. And as much as I personally, I wish that I'm fine with a battered spouse coming in if I felt like there was an equal balance of him receiving injuries, but I don't see that we're getting that. Maybe it will come in with her ex-husband if he comes back as a rebuttal witness. But it helps to know that we've seen those and have those in our minds as the expert witnesses testify, because those are the type of things that they're working off of.
You know what? I agree. Well, I want to thank you for coming up again. It's always nice to hear your perspective on it. And then it was rough for me today. Like, I think I was going a little bit crazy because
It is like my
mind
thoughts
is
are kind of
spinning.
yeah, I feel like my mind's a pretzel right now. It's like I'm empathetic, completely empathetic to her. Those injuries were severe, but then the way that he died and the video and everything also severe. I'm really grateful I'm not on the jury.
Yeah. I you know what? I'm wondering like all the questions I would have, because these are the questions I have now. Like, all of these questions I have now.
Is this jury, so they can't ask questions during the trial, but they'll be able, if they come to a question on like in deliberation, they can ask a question.
I'm getting called out here. Couch, I'm guilty of not paying really close attention to the chat, because when I do, and then I ask a question, and then the person doesn't answer, like I just asked after dark, like what she learned. Like, I would like to know like what part like she was focusing on and everything, but like nobody's answering, and I don't know what the innuendo. Is it the one about the children? The joke before, children in the mines in the 30s don't die as bad. Well, this is true. Like, that's true. Is that the one, Couch? Oh, like, it was very bad. It really was. But on that, let's leave it with some more tomorrow, 8:45. You're welcome back anytime, Kel. I'll drop your link if you've got the time. Like, anytime. I'm fine. And if not, I get it, because I know you're working at the same time. So thank you for the time. that you did give. And thank you everybody in the chat who kept us company, everybody on YouTube who's sending in the questions and watching later. But I think I'm gonna call it because I'm beat. Thanks again,
Yeah, I
Kelly.
do. I think we
Yeah.
need to process.
I think I do need to process. Like,
Process.
I don't even know where this is headed right now. I'm just glad I'm not a lawyer, actually. I have little knowledge in that department. I'm glad I'm not a lawyer right now. And I'm glad, like you said, also, I share your sentiment. I'm glad I'm not on the jury. I would be spinning right now. Absolutely
I
spinning.
know, and you can't talk about it with anybody.
Yeah, this is true.
That's got to be so difficult.
Mm-hmm.
A case like this, because they saw the video today, they saw her on the scene. They had a lot going home to
Mm-hmm.
consider overnight.
They do. And I wonder if they're thinking of the questions like I am. Like, I needed answers, and I'm like I'm not even know if I saw what I saw or I heard what I heard. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, wow, this is so much. Like, so much. Just need to process. But on that, I'm pushing the button. Thanks again, Kelly.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody in the chat, and everybody again. Before I get into like the 20-minute long goodbye that I'm famous for, I'm gonna cut it at like 2 minutes. Here we go. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good night. Rest up. Take care of yourselves, and we'll start all this again tomorrow. Have a good one.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.